Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl.
Yes.
You hear me? You got it!
Hack.
You got it!
Hack.
You did!
Have a great day.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking stuff, and we have a special interview lined up for the end of the stream today. So without further ado, let's talk about what we're going to be doing on today's stream. So for each stream, we like to do 4 topics, as is per usual for our streams. And let's take a look at what we're doing today. So today is Wednesday, otherwise known as Web App Wednesday, and it is August 20th. Okay, August 20th, no problem. And we're doing our Hack the Web game. So Hack the Web is a game where we can solve little challenges. It's generally an easier game than most of the cybersecurity CTF challenges out there. So it's a great introduction to CTF challenges for people who are just getting into cybersecurity. So that's what we're going to be doing for the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, we're going to be talking about Portswigger. Portswigger.net is a web app education platform, and we're going to be taking a look at JWT, JSON Web Token attacks, over there. And yeah, that's going to be the second hour of today's stream. We're going to be learning how to do these JSON Web Token attacks. They usually take the form of cookies, and we're going to be learning how to manipulate these cookies to get extra access on these applications. So that's the second hour of today's stream. The third hour of today's stream is going to be a little bit different from what's on the schedule here, because we've been having a lot of fun hacking against the soup e-decode challenge from TryHackMe. We're going to try to see if we can actually finish the challenge today, and that's going to be taking the place of writing the web app portion of the stream, which was scheduled. So that's going to replace topic number 3. And for topic number 4, we're going to be doing some hacker talk. So I managed to get an awesome guest for today. They're a winner of the Defcon 33 social engineering contest. Their name is Rabbit Heart, and they're going to be coming on stream to talk about social engineering and about her experience winning the contest, and all sorts of other stuff related to social engineering, as well as their own experience with the cybersecurity and hacking world. So please look forward to that. That's going to be in the fourth hour of today's stream. And let's get started with the first hour's activities then. Okay, so we're going to put, let's go ahead and put 60 minutes on the clock, and we will do the Hack the Web game for 60 minutes. You'll see that, you'll see the current topic for today's stream up at the top left of the overlay, and then the next topic is going to be right next to that. All right, let's go ahead and start. So everybody, if you don't have an account over at Hack the Web, you can find it over here at this link. And don't panic if you see some non-English language on the web page. It's a German website, but you can change the language over from German to English before you log in. So we've been doing a lot of these challenges, and what is this? Anyways, we've been doing a lot of these challenges, and each time you solve a challenge, it'll unlock a bunch of other challenges as well. So it builds out this little web, and I guess that's the web that you're hacking. We're going to be solving some challenges down here, and we've been documenting the challenges that we've been solving over at this link right here. So I highly encourage anybody who's getting into hacking and cybersecurity to document all of the challenges that they complete, because if you document something, then you can come back to it, and then you can figure out how to solve other challenges if the other challenges that you're looking at have the same concepts. For example, I don't know, let's go over to this challenge over here called ASCII, and I've included a little link to the challenge. I wrote down which category they would fall under if it was a regular CTF challenge for cybersecurity, and I wrote down the concept that we need to know to solve the challenge, and then the actual method of solving the challenge. So we're going to be recording these for each one of the challenges that we solved today. And let's go ahead and take a look at the challenges we're doing today. So I think we're going to start with the snow hare challenge, and then we're going to make our way downwards over here. And, well, we're probably not going to be able to solve all these challenges, but we're going to start with this one over here called snow hare. So I'm just going to open this up. I'm pretty sure that you need to be logged in to be able to solve the challenges with us, but I highly encourage anybody who doesn't have an account over at the hack.arg.de website to make an account, because it is a lot of fun. Okay, so before we solve the challenge, we're just gonna set up our write-up, because we're going to try to do a little write-up after we solve the challenge. So we're going to create a new file. This is going to be challenge 85, snow hare. Okay, so for each one of these challenges, we're going to record a number of things. So the first thing we're going to record is the URL of the challenge, or the link, which is this right here. We're going to record the category that it would fall under if it was a regular CTF challenge, the concept that we need to understand to solve the challenge, and then the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so we don't know the category or the concept or the method of solve yet, so let's go ahead and go back to the challenge and we'll take it from there. So we don't get a description for the challenge. But you know what we see here? We see a picture of a rabbit, or a hare rather. So what we need to do is we need to find the answer inside of this image. So we can right click on the image, we can copy the image link, and we're just going to go over to our Linux console over here. Let's see. And we can download the challenge. Actually, let's make a new tab to solve the challenge here. Okay, and we're just going to use the wget command to download this PNG file. Okay, we've got the PNG file here, and so one of the tools that we can use to examine these files, to examine the metadata in the files, is to use the exif tool command. So the exif tool is going to give us a bunch of metadata on the particular picture file, and in this case it doesn't tell us very much. It does tell us a lot of information, such as the information about the image and when it was created, all sorts of other stuff like that. Another thing that we could do is we could see if we could read the strings inside of the file, which are the little readable bits inside the file. Most picture files are made up of binary data that is supposed to be read by a picture reading program. So if you just read the file normally, you're going to see a lot of garbled output, because we're not meant to open up the file regularly like this. What we're actually meant to do is we can use the strings command to get only the alphanumeric strings, or the readable bits of the file that are human readable. So, I mean, it still doesn't look like very much. Let's see if we can refine the output a little bit. So we can get only strings that are at least 6 characters long. Okay, and it still doesn't seem to be helping us out a lot to look at this. So I guess this isn't the way. So what else could we do? We could actually look at the image closely. So inside of Linux, we can open up a file with the xdg open command from the terminal. And I think I saw a link over here. So it's beautify.convert.com steganographic-decoder.php. beautifyconverter.com. Let's see if we can remember that. I'll just type it into chat. So beautify-converter.com/steganographic-decoder.php. So what they're referring to here is steganography, and steganography is a way of hiding information inside of media files. So you can hide information inside of a picture file, or a video file, or a music file, or any other number of files really. And let's see if we can go to the link that's inside the image here. Okay. Okay, so steganographic decoder, beautify converter. I think what we can do is we can just select a picture, and the picture, we've downloaded it, and it's in our temporary directory right now. There's the temp directory, there's the file. We can open it up inside this web app here, and then we can just click on decode and see if it works. The info is hidden. The info hidden in the pic is, the answer is Versteck, which means hiding place in German. Okay, so we can grab this and we can try submitting this as the answer. This is probably the answer. And let's go ahead. Whoops, this isn't. It's over here. Okay, so we'll just submit the answer there. And this is correct. Okay. Well, let's go back. And there's probably one more way we could solve the challenge. Because this is this is a PNG file, and they're talking about steganography. There's actually a number of steganography tools for Linux, and in particular ones that are available on Kali Linux, with which is the type of Linux that I'm running over here. So I think, is it zsteg? Let's see, where is it? Yeah, I think it's zsteg. So we'll run zsteg on chal85en.png, and we'll see if we can get some information here. Okay, so we didn't get it from here. I wonder what kind of steganography they ran on that. Let's run a file command on this. This is PNG file, okay. Alright, Cartier. Nice to see you here, Cartier. And you know what? Let's give you a Hack the Planet. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so let me just do a quick. Why is this German all of a sudden? I thought I did the settings in English. So just for your information, the way they set the language in this application is through a cookie. And the cookie is called HTW Web Language Preference. So right now the value is DE, which means German, but we can switch it to EN, and then we can reload the page, and hopefully we get our English output. Okay, great. All right, and I think there was another kind of well-known steganography website. Let's see. Linux PNG steganography. Staghide. Okay, so we could run Staghide on this file. Staghide. Unknown command. Okay, Staghide -- help. So let's see, extracting options, stego file, Staghide -sf stego file, and then the name of the file. and then we need to extract from this thing. So extract is... Okay, so just type stag hide extract, this thing, no passphrase. The file format is not supported. Okay, well, I mean, at least we know. At least you know one method of solving the challenge, which is more than we need. Okay, Decryptor says, it's surprising how many tools Kali is packing. Didn't think it would include steganography. Yeah, I mean, Kali Linux is kind of all-in-one Linux distribution. It has a lot of tools, and in fact, some people think it has too many tools, and they kind of dislike the fact that when you use Kali Linux, you have to install all the tools that you're not going to be using. But I prefer to have the tool and not need it, rather than need the tool and not have it. Let's see, Chepson, I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Hi, come to watch but can't understand anything. My brain is not working. No worries, no worries. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll try to, well, just tell me what you don't understand and I'll try to explain it to you. Because we're here to educate and to be educated. Okay, so we've solved this one. Let's do our little write-up. So this is a... I guess we could call this digital forensics challenge. So it's either... This is either digital forensics, or we could call this steganography. Steganography. And the concept is... Steganography is the practice of hiding information inside of other media. Sepson says, let's see, I'm doing web scraping bots, learning at least, but fun to watch some hackings. Let's see, Defus says, you can get Kali Net installer image, which is 700 megabytes and contains the core stuff in the desktop. Then you can install everything you need manually. I'm waiting for the... Oh, you know what? The Hack the Planet might be on cooldown right now. So, Defus, if you could try another redeem, that'll probably go through. But thank you very much for letting me know about Kali Net installer image. Because, you know, sometimes we need to worry about how large our virtual machines are. Okay, so it's the practice of hiding information inside of other ones. I broke it. I don't... Let's see if the War Games comes through. Is it really broken? Let me try redeeming something. Redeem Nyan Cat. Huh. I don't know what's going on with the bot. Let me take a look. Just a second, everybody. I need to do some... Let me reload the page for the bot. I mean, it should be active. It's been a little bit laggy today. Sorry about that, Divas. But let's keep on solving these challenges. I mean, you wouldn't be chatting here if I banned you. Diva, see if you can get your number of points. So you do exclamation point points. See if that works. Okay, method of solve. So let's see. Download the file. Yeah, I mean, you have lots of points. I don't understand why it's not working. Okay, so download the file. Notice that there is a URL in the picture, which is this one over here. Man, sure I'm glad that we have all these ads. Okay, and then use that app to open the file and get the answer. The answer is... Cartier says, do you share your GitHub notes publicly? Yeah. I mean, you can see all of the stuff on the HackerFrogs GitHub over at this link over here. Zepson says, I was just watching a movie about hacking, but you're not hacking. Where's the green screens and the fast things showing up? And most of the time, hacking isn't what you see in the movies. Okay, so the answer is something in German. That thing in German is, what is it? Versteck. Which means hiding place, apparently. Okay, so we'll just record that, and then we'll move on to the next challenge. Okay. So that's Snow Hare, it's done, and we're going to move on to the original challenge. Okay, so this one's called Original. Let me post the link for everybody who wants to take a look at the challenge itself. Okay, and let's do our little write-up. So like I said, we have to document all these challenges. This one is Challenge 94, original.md. Okay. So we're going to record a number of things. The first one is the URL, then the category of the challenge, the concept of the challenge, then the method of solving the challenge. Okay, awesome. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the challenge has here. So it says you are an original and not a fake. Don't allow yourself to be forced into an identity other than who you are. The picture is not an original, at least not from me. It can be found on hundreds of websites, but where does the original come from? Your answer is the first name of the original photographer. Oh, interesting. The first name of the original photographer. I guess we need to do some research on this image. I mean, we've done a number of different Google image searches, and let me just get the link for this first, and then, I mean, we can do Google image search inside of here. We'll just click on search by image, and then we can paste an image link. So we got the image link, it's here. To anybody who wants the same image link, this is it. We'll search. Okay, so that's just, I mean, it's a picture of a couple of kids sitting on some stairs doing some homework or something, but I wonder who this is by. So this is an exact match. This is also an exact match. But I don't see any other links that are of the exact image. So let's start with this one over here. So exact matches. Living your life on purpose. Okay, we got a big photo by Rachel. So it says photo by Rachel on Unsplash. So the first name of the original photographer. So is it Rachel? Rachel is correct. Okay, so yeah, we managed to do it. All right. I mean, that wasn't super hard, but we can just record how we solved the challenge, and then we can move on to the next challenge. So this is an OSINT challenge, and the concept is researching the original author of an image, or I guess a picture. Okay, so the method of solve is copy the link to the image to the challenges image. Okay, and then go to any image search engine. For example, Google image search. Okay, so this leads us to a link to an article, and I guess we will give the link to the article over here. So it's a Medium article. So the article credits the photo as, what was it, Rachel from... With image metadata, does it include location data? I mean, it can, but most of the time when images are moved around, and especially when they're uploaded to social media sites, the metadata gets scrubbed. So it's actually kind of rare that the image metadata is going to include location data unless someone's been really sloppy. Hey Monkey Man, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so Rachel on Unsplash. I mean, I don't know what Unsplash is, but sure. Okay, and the answer is Rachel. Okay, done. Great. And let's move on to the next challenge. But yeah, I mean, Google image search is very powerful. You can actually find out a lot of information about an image just by doing the Google image search. And it's definitely something we need to learn about. Okay, let's go ahead and I'm going to change up the music a bit. Okay, let's go ahead and start the next challenge. Oh, and before we start the next challenge, I guess we're gonna get ready to do our write-up. So the original challenge is done, and we will move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be... Where are those challenges? Hold on. Over here, okay. So Snow Hair Original, the next one is Rules. So let's put it in a new tab. And we've got an ad running on Twitch right now. So when ads run on Twitch, we run them on YouTube. We're just going to take a minute of break while we have a little water break. Okay, everybody, here are the lovely sparrows. We'll be back in 45 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Cartier says, I notice you have a HackerFrogs course. What exactly do you cover there? So the HackerFrogs course is kind of a crash course that gets people into learning cybersecurity quickly by teaching them the exact skills they need to do to solve beginner level cybersecurity challenges. So beginner cybersecurity challenges, the exercises are called CTFs, or Capture the Flag challenges. And we aim to get everybody up to the beginner level so that they're able to solve some of these challenges in different categories. So I'll show you right now. Okay, so we have our HackerFrogs. The name of the program is HackerFrogs After School. Oh, excuse me, I need to take a phone call. Just a second. Sorry about that, everybody. I had to take an emergency phone call. Okay, so yeah, so HackerFrogs, right? So HackerFrogs after school. We've got, we've got special topics. The ones that we've completed, we've got Linux operations for teaching people about Linux. We got programming. We've got web app hacking stuff, digital forensics, cryptography, network hacking. We're currently working on our binary hacking and reverse engineering courses. But if you're interested, we will be starting up our beginners cycle, which is Linux operations, programming, and web app hacking, pretty soon, maybe within the next couple weeks. And then, if you want to, you can follow along with the program. Grandplay says, "What's up?" What's up, Grandplay? We're just starting up a new little challenge over here from Hack the Web. So there's the link. And let's see. So what's this challenge called? So this is challenge 99, and it's called language? Rules. It's called rules. Okay. So what is this challenge all about? We're going to be answering these 4 questions, of course. So what is the URL of the challenge? What is the category of the challenge? What is the concept we have to understand to solve the challenge, and how do we solve the challenge? What's the method we use to solve the challenge? Let's see. Oh, Gruntplay. Gruntplay had an interview with OffSec today. Wow, that's great. Yeah, offensive security is one of the big education platforms for cybersecurity. And how did the interview go? I hope it went well. Sepson says that reverse engineering is hard. If I remember correctly, I was doing it. Something with it 2 years ago. Oh, 2-hour interview with HR. HR's... Yeah, I mean, did the HR people seem like they understood the type of role that you were applying for, or did they seem like regular HR people? Oh, technical HR. So that should have been a little bit better, right? Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on in the challenge here. So this is rules. Okay, a lot of yapping. I guess that's to be expected. 2-hour interview. Well, I mean, 2 hours is pretty. It's pretty long. I mean, it was a first interview, so I mean, was it the first interview, or was it like? Is it, or was it not the first interview? Okay, Rule says, I sense that something is different today. Do you have a new hairstyle or new sweater? Something is different today, and I like that. Okay. It's nice that you stop by here so regularly. Well, rules. They help us organize our interactions better. HR, then technical, then hiring manager, then CEO. Wow. OffSec is really putting you guys through the ringer if they make you do 4 interviews. Let's see. Maybe rules probably don't make much sense, but there are some that are valuable. On our Discord server, we have 4 rules. What is the second rule in the German rule channel? Okay, so on our Discord server, we only have 4 rules. What is the second rule in the German rule channel? Okay, I mean, I've got Discord here, and let me see. Let me pull up the Hack the Web server. Okay, so I've got the Hack the Web server here, and let me pull up the rules. What is the name of, what is rules in German? Rules, let's see, English, we've got German. Are these the rules? Okay, it says no spoilers. Wait. Okay, I mean, I see 6 rules. Arisehart says, I was already doing this side, getting clapped by ciphertext. Yeah, I mean, if you have if you want some hints, I guess I could give you some hints for that particular challenge. Let's see. So the fourth rule is bot commands. These are tips, though. So, okay, number 1 is no spoilers. Number 2 is something, there's no NSFW content, and I guess there's no number 4. We only have 4 rules. The second rule. Okay, so the second rule is this word in German. I mean, I don't know German, so every time I encounter German, I need to translate it. Okay, so German to English. Friendly tone. Friendly tone? I mean, do I just paste the answer here? Always with the translating. I mean, you know, sometimes life is not as straightforward as you'd like. So I guess that was an OSINT challenge. I guess we could call it an OSINT challenge. Not particularly difficult, but let's record what we did there. Okay, so we'll call that an OSINT challenge. Look up some stuff on a Discord server. Method of solve. Go to the Discord server for Hack the Web. Okay, Decryptor says, feels like we're cracking the Enigma machine with this. The Enigma machine. Well, I mean, you know, it's kind of funny because both Germany and Britain were like really good at cryptography back during World War II. I'm not too sure what the situation is like now. I'm not too sure where all of the big cryptography stuff is coming out of these days. Okay, for Hack the Web. And then look at the rules channel. And the rules channel is called something in German. It's called Regain. How do you spell that? Is that an L? Regeln. Like this. Does this mean rules? Let me look it up real quick. Regulate. Okay, regulate. Sure. That's almost the same. Okay, so the second rule is this. And what does that mean again? This means friendly tone. Freundlicher Umgangston. I'm sorry if I pronounced that really badly, German speakers out there. Okay. And that is the answer. The word, or the phrase, means friendly tone. Okay, that is that challenge done. Defus says, Regeln with capital R is probably rules. Oh, does that make a difference? I guess that makes a difference in German. Okay. I'm not I don't know very much about German, so I'm just gonna have to say, press the I believe button. It does make a difference in Germany. I mean, I'm sure. I'm sure it does. I am not a German speaker. And I actually think that German is pretty cool because you capitalize things that you think should be important in the conversation. Okay, so what is next? So rules, brain love, the brain love challenge. Great, let's take a look at what this brain love challenge is. So, let's see. Google Translate can be a bit tricky. Yeah, it really can be. Okay, so we're just gonna... So this is which challenge again? Brain love. So if you're interested, this is the challenge link. So this is 109. Brain love. As usual, we're going to record 4 things. So the URL and the category. The concept we need to understand to solve the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, let's take a look at brain love. So how annoying are discussions about programming, which programming language is better? Luckily, you have someone who knows better. All programming languages are essentially equally powerful. A finding that Turing played a key role in developing. Each programming language has its own special beauty. The beauty of brain love lies in its simplicity. 8 characters are enough to program anything you can imagine, even if it takes a lot of patience and some passion to implement it. Write a program in brain love that prints the answer Alan. You have 100 memory cells and 110,000 calculation steps available. Okay, that prints the answer Alan. So you just need to print the word Alan. And I guess Alan is because of Alan Turing. And write a program in brain love, huh? So we can search for this. Brain. Actually, wait, maybe we can do something that does Python to this. A Python to, okay, well, BrainLove interpreter written in Python. BrainLove Python interpreter from ChatGPT. Isn't there, I mean, I could have sworn there was some sort of online thing. Let's see, BrainLove. Maybe we can call it an interpreter? Interpreter. Okay. So these are the commands over here. Increment pointer, decrement pointer. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend I understand exactly how brain love works. It's meant to look really weird. Okay, so we got hello. Hello, echo, rev. Functions, input, output. Okay, well, I mean, do we just ask the AI to solve this for us? I mean, we could probably just ask for some brain love. Write a program in brain love that outputs the text Alan. Okay. So when you see patterns that look like this, it's usually a good indication that you're dealing with the brain love challenge, or the brain love language rather. So character A, character L, character ALAN. Okay, then it prints it out. So I guess this is the answer here then. One of these days we should do a deep dive on brain love, and you know what? Maybe not, because it's gonna be difficult for me to keep on calling it brain love the entire way through. Anyways, let's go over to the challenge. We'll try submitting this as the answer. This is wrong. Okay, let's go over to here. This gives us the wrong... This is not the right answer. Hold on. Sorry, let's see. Okay, so... ALAN. So this is not ALAN, apparently. Did they at least... This is COEH. Okay, how about BrainLove print message or print text? Okay, so BrainLove text editor, text generator. So just put the text in here. Okay, and let's see if we can just copy paste that. So we'll try it in this interpreter here first. Okay, we'll get rid of the output, we'll execute it. Okay, so this seems to be the correct code. Let's submit this. What? Oh, so it says, yeah, okay. So this might have something to do with the calculation steps and memory cells. Let's translate this message. Maximum execution of 10,000 steps. So I mean, how many execution steps does this take? Requires an interpreter with 8-bit cells. So text length, code length, ratio. You know, I'm kind of interested what this memory cells and calculation steps are when we're talking about BrainLove. Let me try asking about this from the AI. Okay, so in BrainLove, what are memory cells and calculation steps? Okay, memory cells and calculation steps are fundamental concepts for understanding how the language works. So memory cells are the data storage units in BrainLove. Array of cells uses an array of memory cells, usually 30,000 cells. Each cell typically holds values of 0 to 255, which are 8-bit unsigned integers. All cells start with the value 0. Okay, so a pointer keeps track of which cell you're currently operating on. So you move between cells using the left and the right. What is this? This is greater than and less than? Okay, so data pointer starts here, and then after some operations we move around to different cells. So these are memory cells. Calculation steps refer to the process of building up values in memory cells. Okay. Okay, so let's say we have this program over here, and can we ask the AI to optimize this? Optimize. Yeah, I don't like looking at this language very much. Optimize this code so that it requires the least number of memory cells and calculation. What was it? Calculation steps. Calculation steps. Okay, it's analyzing the code. So I'm kind of doubtful whether or not the AI is going to be able to optimize this code. Because sometimes the AI has a hard time dealing with dealing with programming languages that are not very popular. So it says most optimized version. You don't say. Well, I mean, we'll copy it. We'll see if it actually comes out to the proper string. Okay, execute that. That's not the correct. That's not the correct one. Okay, so this outputs, what was it? Alad. Actually, you know what? Let me just try this out on the answer over here. So alad, right? It's not the right word. Let me ask one more time. Please double check the code so that it outputs Alan. Oh, it's thinking. How much time do we have left? We got about 10 minutes left. I'm actually hoping that we can solve at least one more challenge before we finish with this topic for the day. Let's see. You have 100 memory cells and 10,000 calculation steps available. And it looks like, yeah, Claude it didn't connect. All right, let's copy this. Let's retry it with no changes. So sometimes when you're using the free version of the AI, it doesn't prioritize the free users. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Okay, so it tells us that this is supposed to be the final optimized version. Let's copy it. Let's see if it actually works. Okay, execute it. Oh, it does not. It does not. That's kind of hilarious. Okay, we'll go back. So this final optimized version doesn't... Okay, one more time. Nope. GPT, maybe GPT would be able to do a better job. Actually, I'll try DeepSeek and see if DeepSeek does a better job. DeepSeek is not supposed to do a better job than Claude AI, as far as coding is concerned. Program an optimized Brainlove program which outputs the text. Okay. Ronan, hello, nice to see you here. welcome to the stream. We're just, I have no idea what we're doing with BrainLove over here, so I'm just having the AI help us out. Optimized version, optimized BrainLove for Allen, ASCII values, final optimized solution. Most efficient version, 25 bytes. Let's put this in the interpreter and see if it works. Nope. Yeah, so I mean, it seems like the AI is very bad. In Silicon says I solved it. In Silicon, welcome to the stream, and yeah, I'm curious. Did you use an AI to help you out, or some other tool? Let me know what you did to solve the challenge. Okay, just for fun, we'll try ChatGPT. Ask anything, sign up for free. Let's see, stay logged out. Write in optimized. Optimized. With this tool over here. Okay. Let me grab that link. So I'll just put this over here for right now. We'll come back to it. And we'll ask ChatGPT first. We'll see if it's able to solve the challenge. Program in BrainLove that outputs the text ALAN. Okay, optimized code, great. Sure does like to talk. Actual optimized code, you don't say. Okay, let's copy the code. Let's see if it actually works in the interpreter. Okay, we'll execute that. This is not the correct this is not the correct output. Okay, let's go ahead and go to this web app here. So it's just a string to BrainLove, right? So, I mean, this. Okay, we got a string. I mean, let's hope that this works with the interpreter. 1 and 2. That it is optimized well enough. Okay, so it seems to... AI is awful. AI is not good at writing in obscure languages, and BrainLove is kind of an obscure language. So it's no wonder it's not very good at it. Okay, so let's go ahead and submit this as the answer. Okay, so this is correct. Great. Let's do our write-up. So this is a programming challenge. So the programming language, the concept is write code in the cursed BrainLove language. Okay, method of solve. Use a web app to write the code for us. Okay, and I guess the web app is over here. And thank you very much for In Silicon for letting us know about this about the web app here. Okay, so let's see. How do we zero this out? Okay. Over here. I used Google and tried multiple tools, and there was one that was actually accurate. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, you know, the more obscure the programming language is going to be, the less good tools are going to be for that tool. If we were, you know, coding in C or in Python or something else that everybody uses, then we would be able to find the answer much more quickly. But because we're dealing with an obscure language like Brainlove, it's a bit tougher for us. Okay, so the answer is where is it? Here. This. There's always a nerd out there with the answer. Yeah, I mean, the broader the more popular the topic is, the more nerds there are out there with the answer. But for this topic, they're going to be less nerds. Okay, commit those changes. All right, let's try to do one. Wow, we only got a minute left. Let's see if we can do one more. We'll go over time a little bit. Let's go back. Okay, so Brainlove raffle. Okay, let's open it up. Challenge number 75. So this is the link, and let's do our little write-up. So this is challenge 075 raffle.md. Great. 2, 3, 4. URL for the challenge is there. Category, we don't know. Concept, we don't know yet. And the method of solve. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge. So in a raffle, there are many blanks and few prizes. In this lottery drum, there are 1,000 tickets. One of them is your main prize. Okay, so I think we've got a... Well, I mean, I think this is going to be... Okay, we got a zip file. Yeah. Let me grab the link. So we'll copy the link to anybody else who wants to do the challenge. There's the link. So what we're doing is we're just going to download that file. Oops. We're going to download that file. Then we're going to unzip the file. And so I guess what we're trying to do is we're trying to grep out the answer, because we're not going to be looking through each one of these files one by one. It's not realistic. Okay, we're going to put another 15 minutes on the clock to do this last challenge. Okay, 15 minutes starting now. Alright, so what we can do after we've unzipped the file is we can move into the directory. And there's 999, well, there's 1,000 different files in here. We can grep for, and we can grep, which means we can search for specific strings inside of this directory. So we're just going to grep inside this directory. We're going to look for a specific pattern. We're going to look for the word answer. And yeah, so you won. The answer is this, Tombola. So Tombola is probably a word in German. Let's see what it is. So yeah, you have won. The answer is this. I mean, we could look for one. What other pattern could we have looked for? I mean, if we choose lose, or maybe try again. No. What is in the first? Let's see. Let's read one of these at random. Unfortunately, that's not a winning ticket. Okay, so we could also check for not this pattern with grep. Oh, it literally means raffle. Okay. Tombola. Okay, so we, instead of looking for this pattern, we could look for not this pattern. No such file or directory. So is it grep v, or you could do sort unique? It literally means raffle. Yeah, let's see. So, I mean, we could do sort unique as well. We could, what was it? Cat everything, and then sort, and then into unique. Sort unique sort. It's like what is that movie with Jack Nicholson and he's typing on the typewriter? All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy over and over again. I guess it would have to be all in one single file to work correctly. I mean, the best solution is probably just grepping for the word win or answer. Yeah. You literally have the answer. Okay, yeah, I mean we've got the answer. Let's submit the answer, then we'll do our write-up. Okay, so Tombola. This is correct. Okay. So let's do our write-up. Let's get rid of this brain love stuff. It's traumatizing. Okay, so this is a programming challenge. Well, it's not really a programming challenge. It's more of a it's a data processing challenge. If this was in like a CTF, this would probably just be put in the general category. Fun fact: he made the movie. After he made the movie, he would return home from a bar, and then say, "Here's Jack," and then scare the babysitter. Oh, but what was the name of the movie though? The Shining. Yeah. I forgot to look up when I started reading the chat. The Shining. Thank you. In Silicon and MC25. Okay, so concept. Search for specific strings inside of files. Grep is your friend. So the method of solve, use the following. Linux commands to download the file, unzip it, and search for the answer. Okay. So the commands we used, we just downloaded the file using wget. Where are we? Wget this thing and then unzip this thing. So we got wget. We have unzip. And then we move into the directory and then run grep. Grep recursive in the current directory for the pattern answer. And that's it. Okay, great. So in Silicon says, I went to the real hotel in Colorado. The Stanley? Wow. There was an impersonator there that looked exactly like Jack Nicholson, and he had a fire axe and he carried around. Totally paid the $5 to get a picture with him. I mean, you know what they should have had? They should have had like a prop or something, like a broken door that he could use to take the picture. It would be pretty cool. Okay, let's save this out, and then we'll move on to the next challenge. Okay, so we've got... That was the last challenge we're doing for the day, but Hack the Web is a pretty awesome website. You've got really, really easy challenges up to more difficult ones. And if you don't have an account there, I highly suggest making one. I swear this guy was really him. He was too good. I mean, celebrity impersonators. I mean, I guess. Well, I mean, Jack Nicholson is Nicholson is like in his 70s now, 70s or 80s. So it probably the guy probably looked like a young Jack Nicholson. Yeah. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's move on to the next topic. Okay, so the next topic is going to be Portswigger. So Portswigger is a pretty awesome website for learning about web app security stuff. And we're going to be taking a look at JWTs or JSON Web Tokens. We've been looking at this stuff for a while. Let's see. We'll be talking about Kerber roasting later. If you're interested in learning about the topic, this is a pretty good resource over here. And we're going to be talking about how to do some JSON Web Token attacks. This is a continuation of a segment we did last week. And let me put 60 minutes on the clock so that we can start the topic. Okay, that's 60. Start the clock. Okay, I think we got down to... So back to all topics. We're looking for JWTs. Which part? This is insecure deserialization, right? Okay. Go to topic 8 labs. Oh, we're not... Oh, I think the problem is that we're not logged in, so it doesn't show us. Actually, no, that's not the problem. Okay. So JSON Web Tokens, this is the topic. They're basically modern cookies. So modern cookies encode their information in this standard format called the JSON Web Token. So this is in JSON format, which is it's an array with a bunch of different values and keys. And we've been figuring out ways to hack these things for a little while, or since last week rather. How many? Let's see, I think we solved 4 labs last time, so I need to count down 4 labs, and then we can continue on from there. So that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, and that's 4. So we solved all the way up until here, and we're talking about the following topic. So injecting self-signed JWTs through the JKU parameter. I don't know what this is. So instead of embedding public keys directly using the JWK header parameter, some servers let you use the JKU header parameter to reference a JWK set containing the key. Okay, so when verifying the signature, the server fetches the relevant key from the URL. Okay, so what is a JWK set? So JWK set is a JSON object containing an array of JWKs representing different keys. You can see this. You can see an example of this below. So we got keys. So these are a set of valid keys. So JWK sets like this are sometimes exposed publicly through a standard endpoint, such as .well-known JWK.json. That seems like a weird practice, okay? So most secure websites will only fetch keys from trusted domains, but you can sometimes take advantage of URLs parsing discrepancies to bypass this kind of filtering. We've covered some examples of these in our topic on server-side request forgery. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this lab out over here. So we got a lab. And to access the labs, what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to sign in. So when we click on Access Lab, it's going to ask us to sign in. We've got some credentials here already. And the good thing about the labs over at Portswigger is that they usually talk about exactly the technique you need to use to be successful. Chandu16 says, do you want me to try hack you? Do you want me to try hack you? Chandu16, we don't do illegal hacking stuff on this channel. So please don't talk about illegal hacking stuff. But you're welcome to stick around if you want to learn with us. Okay. So what are we doing here? So JWT authentication bypass via JKU header injection. Chandu says I was trying to make a TryHackMe joke. Oh, okay. I'm sorry I didn't get the joke. The tag you added. I added a tag? Oh, TryHackMe, right. TryHackMe, right. Okay. No worries. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we're actually doing some web app hacking today. So if you don't know about JWT stuff, it's actually a pretty interesting topic, because most modern cookies use these JWT, well, the JWTs, the tokens. Okay, so what do we need to do here? So this lab uses the JWT-based mechanisms for handling sessions. The server supports the JKU parameter in the JWT header. However, it fails to check whether the provided URL belongs to a trusted domain before fetching the key. To solve the lab, forge a JWT that gives you access to the admin panel, then delete the user Carlos. Okay, so it says we recommend familiarizing yourself with how JWTs work in Burp Suite before attempting this lab. I mean, let's try winging it first. Before we do this, let's take a look at this section over here. So injecting self-signed JWTs via the KID parameter. Servers may use several cryptographic keys for signing different kinds of data, not just JWTs. For this reason, the header of a JWT may contain a KID key ID parameter, which helps the server identify which key to use when verifying the signature. So verification keys are often stored as a JWK set. In this case, the server may simply look for the JWK with the same key ID as the token. However, the JWS specification doesn't define a concrete structure for this ID. It's just an arbitrary string of the developer's choosing. For example, they might use the KID parameter to point to a particular entry in a database or even the name of the file. If this parameter is also vulnerable to directory traversal, an attacker could potentially force the server to use an arbitrary file from its file system as the verification key. This is especially dangerous if the server also supports JWTs signed using a symmetric algorithm. In this case, an attacker could potentially point the KID parameter to the predictable static file, then sign the JWT using a secret that matches the contents of this file. You can theoretically do this with any file, but one of the simplest methods is to simply use dev null, which is present on most Linux systems. As this is an empty file, reading it returns an empty string. Therefore, signing the token with an empty string will result in a valid signature. Okay, so I think this is the technique we need to use to do this lab. Let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, so we've got the lab here, and for the previous labs we need to log in to the application with our Wiener Peter credentials. Log in. Okay, so your username is Wiener. Great, that's great. We'll just go over to our web developer tools and take a look at our session token. So the session token is this, and we're just gonna take a look at it inside of jwt.io. This lets us take a look at JSON Web Tokens. Okay, so we got a KID, we got an issuer, we got an expiration date. So what are we supposed to do here? So the KID, I mean, this just looks like a random string. So claims table, the KID is a hint indicating which key was used to secure the JWS. So the algorithm used to sign the JWT, okay. And I wonder what we should do to modify this. Okay, so we can go over to the encoder. So there's the decoder. The encoder is, we can use this to modify the information. So we could modify the KID to do some directory traversal, and then reference the, what was it, the dev null device. And the dev null device is basically nothing. It is nothing. The algorithm here, I don't know if we need to change the algorithm or whether we just need to keep this the same. We'll just keep this the same for right now, and we'll see if we can change our maybe we can change the algorithm to none. Okay, so the algorithm's none. Issuer Portswigger. Subject is Wiener. Pebble says that's a different lab. I believe you were on the JKU lab. Is it a different lab? Hold on. Oh, JWT authentication bypass via the JKU header injection. JKU header injection. You know what? I think Pebble, you're right. You're right. I'm looking at the wrong lab. So this is JKU. Hold on. So what's the section for JKU? Okay, so we did the brute forcing secret keys. And I think we've done this one. We did the JWT bypass with the weak key. Okay, so provides a URL. So JKU, JSON Web Key Set URL, provides the URL. And Pebble, welcome to the stream. Hey, welcome, welcome. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Pebble, have you done these labs before? I'm just curious whether or not you've. Well, I mean, you've probably taken a look at all these labs, seeing as how you've got the bug bounty certification from Hack the Box. Oh, you're on Portswigger right now as well. Okay, you're doing some studying. I'm glad your passion for learning more cybersecurity stuff is so high, especially since you already have a job right now. Yeah. Neems, hello, nice to see you here. Probably gonna go for BSCP in the near future. I gotta go for Burp Pro now. Oh, you're talking about the certified professional, right? Or practitioner? Work gives you a key. Key? Are we talking about what are we talking about right now? Oh, you're talking about Portswigger. Well, I mean, you probably have like a Burp Suite Professional license. Yeah, Burp Pro, for sure. Okay, so we're looking at JKU. So JK. Okay, let's take a look at this thing. So we got the lab here. Let me copy this again, and then we'll see if we can. Okay, so the KID, the algorithm, and we're talking about we've got our claims table. Okay, so the lab uses a JWT-based mechanism for handling sessions. the server supports the JKU parameter in the JWT header. So the JWT header, okay, it fails to check whether or not the provided URL belongs to a trusted domain before fetching the key. Solve the lab, forge a JWT that solves, which gives you access to the admin panel, then delete the user. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to take another phone call. Just a second. Oh, nope, the phone call went to voicemail. Okay, there's a... Oh, really? Okay, let me take a look. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay, I see it. So some of these labs are going to have these alternate servers you can use to be communicated with. Okay, so craft a response. So this is the URL that we need to provide. So the file is here. Body hello world. I mean, I'm not really sure what we need to put inside of the file here. But let's go back. Okay, so we'll read about the attack. So JKU, injecting self-signed JWTs via the JWK parameter. So a JWK is a standardized format for representing keys, okay? Public and private keys. With the extension, go to the JWT Editor Keys tab, generate a new RSA key. Send the request. Wait, we're talking about weak signing key. I'm not sure which section. We're talking about this though, right? Okay, so everybody, we're going to take a little break for water. So there's the advertisement. We're going to put on the birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, so MC25 says burp license key from his work, so he gets to do all the fun stuff. Let's see. Pebble says, I recommend using the JWT editor extension in Burp Suite rather than jwt.io. Okay, so it's probably a lot easier to use the extension in Burp Suite. I'm just going to check whether or not it's available for the Burp Suite Community Edition, because I don't have a paid version of Burp Suite. Just need to make sure that it is available to us free people. Okay, cool. That, I mean, if that's the case, then that's awesome. So I think... So the other thing, let's see, extensions. So we need to add some extensions. So I think we can add these from the Burp application store, and we can start searching for the extension. Let's see, what is it called? It's called JWT Editor. Sidfo says Hackermans to you too. And let's give you Hack the Planet, Sidfo. Okay, we got Burp Suite. We'll look up JWT Editor. There we go. So JWT Editor, we can click on it, and then, let's see. Click on Install. Okay, okay. And now we've got a JWT Editor tab at the bottom over here. Okay. So I think, what do we do? Let me get a new, let me refresh the application just so it doesn't log us out. Okay, we'll grab the token from here. And then we'll go back to Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, we'll do new RSA key. So I mean, this is an RSA key as far as I know, because it said that the JWK. So key size, ID. Oh, we're generating. No, we're not generating. Can we just paste in here? No. How do we... So this is, what kind of key? So here's the encoder. So this is a JWT... It might just auto-pull it from the proxy. Oh, yeah? Okay. Hold on. So if that's the case, we need to set up the lab in... Let's see. We need to set up the lab in our Burp Suite browser. So we'll just go back to proxy, open browser. Okay, Pebble says, you do want to end up generating a key to forge a JWT, but to analyze the current JWT, you need to get it from the proxy. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, okay, so just go back to this thing, username, password, Wiener, Peter, login. Okay, and we should have received the JWT in the editor here. Okay, I mean, I don't see it. So post login, this should have our JWT. Yeah, so here it is. Okay. So do we send this over to the tool? Or do we do something else? So we go over to this thing. Keys, tokens ID hosts. I mean, it doesn't look like it's getting it automatically unless there's something I'm missing here. It's a tab you look at. It's a tab as you look at the request. Oh, okay. Oh, this over here, yeah. So can we copy this? So JSON web token, sure. Can we send it over? Do we copy it? Do we now go over to the editor? Sorry, I've never used this thing before, so I'm not really too sure how to use the extension. Can make this a little bigger. Send to tokens. Okay, I see it. And then we go over to JWT editor. It's here, great. Okay, cool. Okay, what can we do with this thing now? So we got keys, we got tokens, config. I mean, we got a path, we got an algorithm. I guess we can start manipulating the stuff in here as well. Okay, so what do they want us to do here? But Pebble, thank you. Thank you very much for letting me know about where to find this thing. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me about this extra tab over here. So they want us to become familiar. How to work with JWTs and Burp Suite before attempting this lab. So let's go ahead and take a look at the article. Maybe easier to see it in the repeater as well, rather than the HTTP history. Yeah, probably. Working with JWTs in Burp Suite, sure. So generate cryptographic signing keys, edit the JWT, re-sign the token with the valid signature that corresponds with the edited one. Install the extension. Yeah, we've done that. Okay. So editing it. So right-click the request and then send to repeater. In the request panel, go to the JSON Web Token tab, edit the JSON data as required in the header and payload fields, click sign. Right-click the request with the JWT and then select OK. So let's do that. So this one here, we'll send it to the repeater. In the repeater, they want us to go to the JSON Web Token tab, edit the JSON data as required in the header and payload fields. Okay, so this is actually where you manipulate the JSON Web Token. Okay, I wonder if I can let's make this nice and big so that it's not really cramped over here. The inspector, I think we can get rid of the inspector. And that gives us a little more room. Okay, can we... That's a little easier to look at. Okay, so the serialized JWT, we don't need to pay too much attention to it. We've got our header and we got our payload. And I think from here we can just start manipulating stuff, right? So edit the JSON data in the header and payloads fields, click on sign, a new dialog opens. In the dialog, select the appropriate signing key, then click OK. The JWT is re-signed to correspond with the new values in the header and payload. If you haven't added a signing key, follow the instructions below. Adding a JWT signing key. Okay. To add a signing key in Burp using the extension, go to the JWT editor keys tab, click the button for the type of key that you want to add, for example, symmetric key. A new dialog opens. In the dialog, add the new key, click on generate. Edit the key as required, click OK to save the key. Okay, well, I mean... Oh, Zooted! Zooted, I'm sorry I didn't see your message earlier. I missed it. What is up, Zooted? Nice to see you here. And let me check the chat history to make sure I haven't missed anybody else's message. Alright, so what do we want to do here? So I guess we're not using this application anymore. We'll close that up. And let me get rid of some other stuff that we're not using today. So we're not using Docker. We're using TryHackMe a little bit later. These are the labs. I don't think we need these. Just doing a little bit of cleanup in my tabs so that I don't drive myself crazy. Okay. So the server supports the JKU parameter in the JWT header. So the JWT header is here. Okay, so we can supply something new. So it's JKU. What is it called? JKU parameter. Okay, so the JKU parameter, we're going to set it to something, right? Maybe we can set it to our malicious server. So our malicious server is over here. So our malicious server has this URL. We'll just copy that. Go over here, paste it in. And I don't know if this is enough. What else do we need to do? This is all new to me. So JKU parameter, it fails to check whether or not the provided URL belongs to a trusted domain before fetching the key. Okay, so how do we do the attack? Reference a JWK set containing the key. When you verify the signature, the server fetches the relevant key from the URL. A JWK set is a JSON object containing an array of JWKs representing different keys. So we can supply our own key, create our own JSON object over here. So the sets are, let's see, sometimes exposed. More secure websites will only fetch keys from trusted domains. Okay, so we're fetching, if we're fetching a key, you want the header to say, hey, use the key at this URL to verify the signature, but since you control the URL content and the server trusts it, you can forge tokens. So, yeah, Pebble, you've already done this lab. I've got to assume that you've already done this lab. Okay, so what we would do is we would put the body of our thing be some JSON web stuff. Slover says, hey, how is everybody doing today? So, yeah, we're doing okay. We're learning about JSON web tokens again, and later on today we're going to be talking with a person who does social engineering. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, yeah, we're just going to hang out and learn about some stuff until the interview time comes by. So, keys. Okay, so we got keys. Well, we only need to include one key, so we're just going to delete this other key. I think this is how you do it. Okay, so there's only one key here. No, it's not. The name of the person that we're going to interview is right over here above the HackerFrog icon. So they go by Rabbit Heart, and she's someone I know from the local community. Might also want to change the content type from HTML to application JSON. Not sure if that'll mess it up. That's true. That's true. Okay, so the header over here is okay. Content type is application data JSON. Application JSON. And I don't know if there's anything else we need to include in the headers. Truth be told, I haven't really done stuff like this before, but I'm always willing to learn. Let's see. Is it the blue hair girl? No, it's not the blue hair girl you see in the thumbnails sometimes. That's another streamer. And her name is Moohoodles, and she does NASA content on Twitch. Sometimes I raid into her channel because there's nobody else from the InfoSec streamers on. Okay, so what do we need to do here? So the key type is RSA. Let's see. I guess this is. I think we should be able to include all this information here, and then we can add some extra information. So over here, we're gonna try creating an. Let's see. JKU is this. Do we need to sign? No signing keys have been added in the keys tab. Okay, send to tokens. Can we what are JWT attacks? So JWT attacks are JSON Web Tokens, and they're the modern way that web applications use to authenticate user sessions. Here's the article from Portswigger talking about all the different stuff. When verifying the signature, the server fetches the relevant key from the URL. So, verifying the signature, I guess we don't need to put anything special in the keys as long as this is valid information. It's like a captcha bot. I don't know if it's exactly like a captcha bot, but I mean, I'm not really too sure. I need to do some more research. Okay, so what we do know is that we want to be the administrator user. So administrator, and not the wiener user. Okay, so can we send this to tokens? How do we copy the token over? Has it been modified already? Just a second. So if we go here and we change this from, yeah, okay, so this changes. So administrator GX000, I see there. And I think my bot is broken right now. Yeah, it's a little bit borked. Let me redeem it for you. It seems that I'm able to do it, but all the rest of the users aren't able to use it to do it. Okay, so GX00, I don't want you to use anybody's real name, but we've got an interview later on, and it's the person from our community who did the social engineering stuff at Defcon this year. And we're going to have her on to talk about social engineering and all that other good stuff. And yeah, so if you want to stick around, we'll be doing that interview around 6:30 local time. 6:30 local time. Okay, so I think what we can do is we can just copy all this, right? So this is the JWT. We'll copy it, and then I guess we can feed it back to this. We can feed it back to the application. So we'll store this. Yeah, and then we'll go back to the application. We'll paste in our new JWT. You need to sign it using the... You can't even remember who it was now. I mean, you'll find out at 6:30, I suppose. You need to sign... Okay, Pebble says you need to sign it using the created key hosted. Okay, to sign it using this key. I've never done this stuff before, so I need to figure out what to do. So this is the key. And so I'm not too sure how much of this we need to grab. Burp Suite. So no signing keys have been added in the keys tab. So the signing key, where do we add this? So the way Okay, we got a signature over here. Can we... Under the JWT Edit tab. Okay, so JWT Edit. Where? Here? Okay, we need to send... I guess we need to send this over. So this is in the repeater. Oh, where'd it go? no, where'd it go? We sent this thing over to the intruder. We've got this thing. Yeah. Yalan BS says, did you take Security Plus? No. I haven't taken Security Plus. You sent it to the tokens. Okay, so JWT tokens. No tokens. Oh wait, yeah. Okay, I see one. I see one here. I think it's just my burp suite acting kind of slow. Because this is not what we're supposed to be seeing here. Config, yeah. Keys, there are no keys. Tokens. So this is the token we're talking about. Okay, and then we do... yeah, I'm a complete noob as far as this stuff is concerned. You need to create a key. Okay, so new key or import JWK set. Host type public key, private key, key ID. Okay, so you can add the keys under the main JWT editor tab. So add new... Importing the set that you're hosting should work. Import JWK set. And then grab the stuff that I'm hosting. So the stuff we're hosting is this. Go back, and then do we just replace all this? No. Okay, so import JWK set. New password? No. Burp is dying. Yeah. I think I might need to redo this. Okay, let's just get out of burp. We'll restart it. Okay, now we'll get the information again from the application here. We're just gonna give it some traffic. Oh no, it timed out. Okay, we're gonna have to restart the lab. Okay, let's restart the lab then. Okay. It's okay. Now that we know, now that we quote unquote know what we're supposed to be doing, it should go by a little bit faster. Alright, so we'll just put this in the burp browser. Proxy, open browser. Okay, then we'll log in using our credentials. Wiener Peter. Okay, so we're logged in now. This should have been recorded by the burp proxy, so we're just going to go to HTTP history. And then this is what we want here. We'll send this to the repeater. In the repeater, we can go to the JSON web token. We'll get rid of the inspector stuff. And I think we can get rid of this response stuff as well. Let's see. Up and down, yeah. Response, we'll just put it all the way down here. And what we want to do is we want to make sure that we're not the Wiener user, but the administrator user. Okay, and then we're going to add something to the header here. We're going to add the, what is it? JKU? JKU, right? Is it JKU parameter? Okay. So JKU equals our hacking server. Okay, so just a second, need to switch up the music. Okay, so this is from from a pretty good action slashy hacky type game. It's called Muramasa the Demon Blade, and it's all this this great traditional Japanese music, Japanese instruments. Anyways, I hope you enjoy. Some people say that it really reminds them of the Naruto soundtrack. I mean, I don't know because I've never really watched Naruto, but if it does sound like it, let us know. Okay, so let's get the URL for the hacking server over here. So let's set this back up again. And if you think that the music is too loud, let me know and I'll try to turn it down a little bit. Okay, so that's the URL. We'll just go back to Burp Suite, paste that in. It's a little loud. Let me turn it down. Man, another break. It seems like when you're really focused in on something, the breaks seem to come really, really often because you're so focused. Anyways, what are we doing? We're putting on some birds. How about some more woodpeckers? Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to do a little water break. So these are juveniles. So they're juvenile northern flicker woodpeckers, and I usually don't see them at the bird feeder too often, but I guess you'll see like juvenile birds a lot more because they're not. They're usually goofier than the adult versions. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we set ourselves as the administrator over here. We've got the JKU extra header that we added to the JWT. And what are we supposed to do next? So we're supposed to sign it, and I guess we need to populate our server with valid keys. Okay, so we're just going to change the content type from text to application JSON. And we'll fill the body with the JSON information. So I think we saw it over here in the article. So this is keys. Actually, no. We need to grab the entire thing over here. And then we're going to go to our hacking server, paste in the key values here, and I think we can just, well, I'm just going to delete I'm just going to limit it to one key, just in case that's something that gets in the way. Okay, so we'll just, we'll store this. And what are we supposed to be doing? We're supposed to be signing the token using the JWT editor tab. Okay, let's go back. Burp Suite here. So if we just click on sign, that doesn't work. So no signing keys have been added in the keys tab. So in the keys tab, we need to go to the JWT editor, and then we do new symmetric key. Is this an RSA key? This is an RSA key. So we do new RSA key, JWK, key size, ID. I mean, we don't generate it. We can do an ID for, I don't know, 001. Key, and then grab this, and then put it in here. Copy paste. It looks like let's make sure that this all lines up. Click OK. Okay, so public key, private key, signing, verification. Do we need to click on this stuff and then before we sign with it? Can we call this a signing key? Looks like doesn't look like we can. But let's try to see if we can sign using this. Okay. We'll go back to proxy, no, repeater. This is the key here. Click on sign. No signing keys have been added to the keys tab. Okay, so we need to make sure that it is a signing key specifically, I suppose. So JWT editor. So how do we make sure that how do we create a signing key? I guess we could take a look at, so adding a JWT signing key. To add a signing key to burps using the JWT extension, go to the JWT editor's keys tab, click the button for the type of key that you want, new symmetric key. I mean, we're looking for, are we looking for symmetric key? Let's try symmetric key. Okay, so new symmetric key. And random secret, specify secret. Secret is nothing. Secret is nothing. ID number is 001, say. So it should work. Doesn't really matter as long as the server supports it. Okay, so I mean, this says, it says invalid key. Is it because click generate. Click generate. Okay, click generate. So does that mean we're supposed to keep this on our hacking server? Okay, so highlight all this, get rid of it, paste in the new one. Hold on. I just want to make sure that everything's lined up correctly. So just for right now, we'll keep this stuff in place. So how many, so it's just a number of spaces, huh? All the spaces. There's got to be a better, there's probably a better way to do this. Okay, so, and then get rid of this, get rid of this. Get rid of that. Okay, this looks, indentation and stuff shouldn't matter in JSON. Well, you know, It matters to me. Well, it doesn't really matter to me, but I like to try to copy stuff as closely as I can. So let's store that, sure. And then we are going back to Burp Suite. We're going to click OK. And then I guess we'll... This is a signing key. This is our signing key. We can go back to the repeater and then click on sign. And we're just going to go with don't modify the header. Click OK. And now we've got a different... Well, I guess this is it. So we'll copy this, then we'll go back to the application. So we're gonna make sure that the application hasn't timed out on us. We've got this stuff here. Make sure that it's saved. Then we'll go over to... Gotta update the alg because it's symmetric now. Oh. Okay, so let's go over here. Click on sign. Update generate the alg parameter. So now the algorithm is HS256. Okay, the JKU is here. All right. Let's use this. Thank you very much for coaching me through this, Pebble. This would take way longer if I had to struggle through this on my own. Okay. So let's see if it works. We'll just go and replace the cookie value in the web developer tools. So the session token, why do we not have a session token? Oh, we're not logged in. Okay. Go to my account. We'll, I don't know, log in with Wiener Peter. Now we should have a cookie, which we'll replace. Click on that, paste in the new cookie, reload. And it's not a valid cookie apparently. I don't know what don't know if it'll work because it's been a minute since this lab, but no problem, it's a good refresher. RIP, yeah, no. My account, yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at the server over here. We'll refresh the page just to make sure that this is the stuff here. So the key, let's make a new key. Let's make a new key. So we'll go over to Burp Suite. We'll go over to JWT Editor. We'll create a new key. It'll be something different. So new RSA key. ID. We'll call this 2. Generate it. Okay. Maybe not symmetric. Keep it close to the example that they gave as possible. I mean, this is this should be an RSA key now. So we're just gonna, we'll copy this. We'll do OK, yeah, RSA to 2048. We will update our server. Oh, wow. That sure is a lot. Just gonna make sure everything's lined up. What the... Hold on. I don't... Okay. Okay. So we'll delete the old key here. We'll paste in the new key here. Hopefully this is all okay. Pebble says that JSON doesn't really care about indentation and stuff like that. I'm just going to assume that this is going to work, and we'll save this out. Store this. It certainly doesn't look very pretty, but hopefully that doesn't matter too much. Go back. Oh, looks like we're running out of time. I would like to be able to finish this lab before we go. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, so we got the key here. We can sign with it, hopefully. We'll go back to repeater. Repeater, we will click on sign. Yeah, click on sign. Wait, it's a different lab now. So the server here is going to be different. I need to get the new server's URL. Here it is. Okay, we're going to put another 15 minutes on this portion of the stream. Then we'll hopefully we can get done in 15 minutes. Start. Okay, we got this thing. Let's feed it into our JKU. Paste it in. Okay, that's different now. We'll click on sign. We will sign with number 2. Update everything. Okay, and then we've got a legitimate key, hopefully. Copy that. Let's see if we can feed this to the application. Store that. Okay. We'll log in as Wiener Peter. You don't want to update everything. Let's see. I mean, let's see if it works as is. If not, then we'll go back and we'll modify stuff. Because you just want to use a JKU. Did it? I wonder if it deleted the JKU. The JKU is still here. Okay. We'll see what happens. Okay, just more tools, replace. This, delete, paste in, reload page. That was not... Oh, wait, no, it worked! It worked! Yay! Eureka! Okay, so we now have access to the administrator panel. Yay, yay, yay. Yay, 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 we're root. All that good stuff. Okay, so go to the admin panel.
What are you?
I'm system root.
So we just need to delete the Carlos user to complete the lab. Delete Carlos. Congratulations, you solved the lab. We managed to solve one lab in an hour. in an hour. But you know what? It could be worse. We could have solved 0 labs in an hour. But yeah. We learned something new today. We managed to figure out how to use some extensions in Burp Suite. And you know what? I'm going to be taking some careful notes after learn how to use the JWT edit and host a key. It was a pretty complex lab, though. You know, complex labs become easier when you got people explaining exactly what you're supposed to be doing in the chat. Thank you. Thank you to MC25 and Pebble. Much appreciated. And now we're going to go back to something else. We're going to go back to the TryHackMe machine that we were doing earlier, soup decode. Yeah. I missed something when I was doing the last 2 sessions of this. I looked at a guide. I saw the next step we were supposed to take on the machine, and I'm hitting myself. It's such a simple step that I forgot to do. And I used to know how to do this stuff, but I've been away from Windows hacking for way too long. Okay, so let's change the topic for the stream, because we're doing the 3rd topic now. So let's see, topic 2 done. topic 3 at the forefront and topic 4 on deck. Okay, so we're doing supedcode 01. It's Windows Active Directory hacking, and I'll talk about what the next step is. I did look at a walkthrough because I was stuck, and I really shouldn't have been stuck because the next step is pretty simple. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the machine up. And let me put 60 minutes on the clock. Actually, what time is it now? Yeah, 60 minutes. Actually, maybe 75. Because we're supposed to be talking with Rabbit Heart at 6:30 local time. Okay, so we've got. I don't want to shut down. Okay, I'll go through this lab again after the stream is over. Let me just shut down the Burp Suite stuff. Once again, thank you very much to MC25 and Pebble for helping us out. Okay, so Windows hacking. I used to do. I did like a Windows box a week for a little while, a few months ago, but I've forgotten almost everything. So here we are. Oh man, The Shining. Okay, let's get out of here. So we're going to be doing some good old netexec. We're going to be accessing TryHackMe, and we got an IP address. So the IP address over here, we need to update our host file with this. And if you're interested in doing the same machines that we're doing right over here, it's this link. So that's the link. I'm just going to grab my IP address. We're going to be updating this in our etc host file. And we're going to update our IP address. So this is going to be the IP address for supedcode.local. I'm going to save that out. And we're going to be using this for all of our netexec scans. Netexec. So the last time we left off on this box, we were spinning our wheels, and I forgot to do something that was pretty standard when you're doing these kind of tests, and that's Kerber roasting. So Kerber roasting can be, I forgot when you could do Kerber roasting, and it turns out that you can do Kerber roasting whenever you have a domain account, and we've got a domain account over here. So what you do is, well, there are a couple of different ways you can do Kerber roasting. You can do it with netexec. You can also do it with, what is it called? GetSPNs, the GetSPNs Python script that is part of Impacket. So, I mean, I'm trying to use netexec to do everything these days. So we're just going to do Kerber roasting with netexec here. So you just need to use the Kerber roasting tag with the valid user domain user account, and you're going to output it to whatever file you want. For example, output.txt. When we run this, it's going to give us all of the password hashes for service accounts. So we got password hashes for service accounts over here, and so for example, so service accounts are going to be stuff like the file service account. What else do we have? The firewall service account, the backup service account, and the service accounts. If we have their hashes, we could potentially crack the hashes to find out what the passwords are for those accounts. So we can do that now that we've done our Kerber roasting, and we save that out to a file called output.txt. So output.txt has all those password hashes. What we can do is we can crack them using something like Hashcat or John the Ripper. And we're just going to do that in this tab over here for brute forcing. We're going to use some Hashcat. So Hashcat, this is the command over here. So we're just going to use Hashcat on those password hashes in output.txt, and we're going to compare it against everything in rocku.txt. So rocku.txt is a list of 14 million passwords, and we're going to see if we can output.txt separator unmatched. Separator unmatched, no hashes loaded. Oh, wait. We're in the wrong directory. Okay, gotta move into the correct directory where we actually have the output.txt file. Let's do it again. Okay, so we're trying to crack passwords for these service accounts. So if we're able to get the correct hash for one of these service accounts, we can do some further hacking against the system. Okay, so this might take a little while to run, so we're just going to talk a little bit about what we discovered on this box. So netexec is the tool of choice when you're doing Windows hacking against Active Directory. So Active Directory means that it's got all of these different services that you can test against. So, for example, if we wanted to test SMB with netexec, we have to specify the service that we're running against, the IP address of the target, and then the username and the password. So, in this case, a pretty standard thing is to check to see if the guest account is enabled. And if it's enabled, we can try to figure out what kind of access the guest account has. So in this case, it tells us that the guest account is active on the box, and we can enumerate for users if we get a valid set of credentials. Oh, it doesn't like that. Why doesn't it like that? Users. You got to spell correctly, everybody. So you would check for users, you would check for file shares. I'm pretty sure you can output the file shares on this box. So it wasn't able to return the users, but there are a couple of different methods for getting usernames. So we can actually see, with the guest account, we can actually see the file shares on the system. But we don't have read access to any of these file shares, so we can't actually see anything. Well, except for this one. But I checked this file share, and there's actually not very much over there. So we can also do another method of obtaining usernames, and that's the rid brute method. That brute forces each one of those RID numbers to see if there's a username associated with them. So in this case, we are able to get a bunch of different usernames, and we use this to compile a list of users. Okay, let's see what's going on with the cracking. Did we get something? Let's see. So status exhausted. Huh. So we weren't able to crack any of the passwords. So maybe rocku.txt wasn't the right fit. So we used rocku, we used output.txt, one cracked. Wait. I mean, it says, okay, so it says exhausted. Sorry, which one cracked? Recovered 1 out of 5. Recovered 1 out of 5, so if it recovered 1 out of 5, we do -- show. Okay, so we managed to crack one. Pebble, good eye, jeez. I was about to consider using another word list. So recovered 1 out of 5, 20%. So we managed to get one. I'm guessing that this is the file service. All right. So the so the password is password 123 exclamation point exclamation point. Okay, so we can add this to our credentials, to our list of credentials. So this is file scv, right? So file underscore scv, and this is the password. So we're just going to add this to our credentials. Oh no. Why is it doing this? Fix the name. Okay, so we're going to echo out something to, hold on. So it's file scv $, and then this. We're going to put it into creds.txt. Okay, and then now when we look at creds.txt, we've got, oh, why did it append? Let's go in there and, okay. So what we can do, now that we've got this information, is we can confirm whether or not this is the correct password, and we can do that with netexec. So just go to netexec, just say smb, that's the password, the username is file scv $. Okay. Why does it say... Did I spell that correctly? Hold on. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. So we're on YouTube, and we'll put on some birds. Okay, here's a lovely guy. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. It's really fun to watch these birds. These are Stellar Jays. So Stellar Jays are, well, they're the West Coast Blue Jay. So if you live on the West Coast, you'll see Stellar Jays. If you live on the East Coast, you'll see regular old Blue Jays. Bro is flexing his food. I like to create an environment where the birds. Oh wow, that's a bully bird right there. Where the birds feel comfortable, so they don't need to feel like they're always on the verge of starving. Okay, so what do we have here? File scv. I guess I misspelled this. Let me take a look one more time. scv. Double check that spelling. How do you know you need to use LDAP for enumeration? Did you try SMB first? Vision Bard, hello, nice to see you here. How did you know SVC? SVC? Well, we'll check SVC as well, I guess. Okay. Sometimes you need to be... Huh, that didn't return anything. I mean, it's better than returning guest, I suppose. Vision Bard says, how did you know you need to use LDAP for enumeration? Did you try SMB first? So LDAP, well, I mean, when you enumerate using LDAP or SMB, they're for different purposes. Okay, let's try LDAP. Sometimes the accounts have access with one service, but not the other. And I need to double check with I need to double check with hashcat. So file SCV soupdecode.local. Okay. No $sign. Oh, okay. So we omit the $sign? The other thing we should do is we should make sure that we have time on our machine, because they only give you an hour of time initially. It seems like we're having trouble with LDAP. How about we try SMB again? It looks like I've got connectivity issues. Let me check my... You don't use, oh, right. We need to use Kerberos authentication. That's true. Okay, so back, we're using netexec, we're specifying Kerberos authentication. It's like you had a space in the password. Is there a space in this password? It's just the way it comes out. Let's see, password 123 exclamation point, 2 of them. Ping, yeah, we should probably ping this target as well, just to make sure that we've got connectivity to this box, because if we don't, then we can't. Okay. No, we don't have connectivity to the box. What is going on? Just connectivity things. Looks like we need to reset the box. Okay, so we'll terminate this and then we'll reset the box. Start machine. But yeah, Defus, you're right. We need to make sure that we're using Kerberos authentication when we do this stuff. So we're just gonna wait around for a minute and then get our new IP address, do the update, and then get back into it. Well, the good thing is that we've got our... So the service accounts, do the service accounts usually include the $sign at the end? I mean, I think they usually do, but I don't know. They don't usually. I know that the computer accounts usually have the $sign at the end. So, like, you know, if we're dealing with DC01, the computer account, we usually have the $sign at the end of that. Okay, we're gonna get our new IP address in just a sec. Okay, let's copy that. Let's update our etc host file. Okay, save that out. And let's see if we can contact that server. We've got ping, awesome. Okay. Let's check to see if we've got access with the service account. I mean, we might be contacting the server too soon before it's got Kerberos online. So I'll just give it another try. Yeah, okay, now it works. Let's see if it works if we don't specify Okay, I mean, it still works if we don't specify Kerberos in our argument, but I'll keep on using Kerberos. And so this is the file service account. If we've got the file service account, I suppose we could also, well, we could see what file shares it has access to. It probably has access to some good files. Okay, we've got access to the backup directory. So this, I've seen this kind of privilege escalation before. And just for fun, I'm going to see if... Actually, no, there is no... What is it called? WinRM. There's no WinRM on this box. So there's... I mean, if we were to look on, you know, if we were to check WinRM, we wouldn't get anything because we didn't see the WinRM port open on this system. Okay, so I guess what we're going to do, I thought it had 3389. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I think this this box has, what is it, remote desktop. So can we check RDP? I don't know if we can actually check RDP with, oh, okay. Yeah. Huh. Can we log in as the file service user to remote desktop? You know, before we try anything like that, I really want to take a look inside the backup directory. So we'll use SMB client and our new IP address. And we're looking inside the backup directory or the backup file share. The username is going to be file svc. And the password is this. Copy that. Okay. Paste in the password. And we got backupextract.txt. And we got a couple of directories. I usually try to back up into the parent directory. It's usually not allowed, but sometimes there's some weird misconfigurations. So let's get that backup extract. Okay, so from here, let's read the file. Oh, no. Cat. Okay, so we got... Huh. These are... what? What kind of hashes are these? Are these NTLM hashes? Yeah, NTLM hashes. So if these are NTLM hashes, then we can do a pass the hash attack. LM, NTLM, yeah. So the LM hash is this. And the NTLM hash is this one over here, the second thing. Okay, so which one should we spray? Can we do an NTLM spray attack? Okay, so backup extract. We can make a couple of other username lists out of this, right? So cat backup extract, and then pipe that into cut, delimited by... So these service accounts, do we need to include the $? Sorry if this sounds like a broken record. Okay, cut delimited by, I don't know. If we just delimit it by $, get the first field, then we get just this, right? We can check to see if this works. If not, then we can add the $signs back on later. We'll call that services. Service users. .txt. And we can also... We already have a valid users list. We do, it's just that I just want to check these ones, and I want to check the specific LM hash over here. I just sprayed those hashes, yeah, against those. I mean, I want to do a password spray, yeah. So let's see. So to get specifically the hashes, just get the... We delimitate by this, and get, I don't know, how many fields away is it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth field. Okay, so this looks good. So we'll call this hashes.txt, or ntlm hashes.txt. ntlm hashes.txt, and then we'll do a spray attack. So it's, we'll do this under brute forcing. netexec, well, let's just do SMB. So the usernames are going to be service users. .txt, the passwords are going to be hashes. What was it? NTLM hashes. And we're not Kerberosing, we're doing something else. Inebriated, hello, nice to see you here. I saw your username when you followed, I think it was like last week, and I thought it was a pretty cool username. Hello, Inebriated. You've chatted in the channel a couple of times, I'm pretty sure. And good evening, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we're doing a continue on success. And we're doing a no brute force. Okay, let's see if this works. Oh, no, it's not passwords. We need to specify hashes in this case. So hashes in netexec is this, capital H, I'm pretty sure. Well, welcome in, welcome in. I hope I can live up to, let's see, continuing success, no brute force. Can I still connect to... Why is the machine going offline? But Inebriated, welcome in, welcome in. Nice to see you here. Let's give you a NanCat. Yeah, why is this box so cursed? Wait. Am I using the wrong IP address? I hate this. Okay, this one works. I was using the wrong IP address. History, yeah. Export IP for the win. Maybe I should just use the domain. Okay, so these are all coming back guessed. That's not what I want. These are all coming back guessed. So when we do netexec, do we do capital H? Yeah, we use capital H for hashes, right? Let me make sure that's the way we're going. So password or username, Kerberos authentication. I mean, Kerberos authentication isn't necessarily NTLM. So capital H is hash. Hashes or files containing NTLM hashes. So when we do the NTLM hashes, does it need to be defaulting to user because the user doesn't exist? Okay. So let me try a couple of other things. So maybe we need to use the entire. Do we just use this portion of the hash, or do we need the rest of it? Hold on, I'm gonna look at my notes. I'm gonna look at an example of, let's see. So we got these hashes. We also have our other users lists. So firewall service, backup service, web service monitoring service, and admin. And we've got our computer accounts. We've got all of our regular users. I think what we need to do is we need to add the $ back onto these service accounts. I could be wrong. Let me try that out to see if it works. Okay, so this was services, service users.txt. They're probably machine accounts, web server, database. Okay, we'll do it one more time. Okay, so we got. Okay, so we do need to have. We do need to have the $ on the end of those account names. Nixie, hello, nice to see you here. We're just continuing on with our Windows hacking stuff. And I think we're getting somewhere, which is good. And why does it say pwned? Is it because we've got administrator level access? Okay, so file server. We know this is going to work. So file server and this. I guess we can add this to the creds as well. So echo this out to creds.txt. Okay, so box over, that's admin. Yeah, I think, can we RDP into, can we use RDP with hashes? Let's see. Typically not, okay. Let's see what permissions we have with this user. So netexec. You can run commands. You can run commands with X on netexec or psexec. I haven't done it with I've done it with psexec before, but I haven't done it with netexec. Let me see. So this is past the hash. This is the file server account. Let's see if they have remote desktop protocol. I need to double check to see if this is the correct IP address, because we've been struggling with that. 91.144. 91.144. Okay, so we have RDP access. Huh. We've got RDP access. The other thing we could do is we could see which file shares we have over SMB. Are they gonna show you me? Okay, so we got read and write. So over admin, remote admin, okay. Oh, so we can SMB into C, right? Yeah, if we can just SMB into, but we can't do hashes. We can't do hashes when we do 99% of the time. NetExec lies about our RDP access. I don't know why. So can we? So when we do commands over NetExec, is it something like this? Because I'm not too sure how we're going to get our access. Okay, awesome. I mean, we can run commands. Let's try running who am I priv. So if this works, it should tell us that we're part of the administrator group. Actually, or is it who am I groups? Okay, so we are privilege name. So we do who am I groups? Is it group or groups? I forget. So we got all of the. I mean, we seem to have a bunch of really good privileges. Flappy, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so it's who am I groups with an S. So if that's the case, I mean, we've got remote code execution now. So let's see, NT-authority, NTLM authentication, let's see, NT-authority network, NT-authority this organization, enterprise admins, domain computers, yeah, I mean, we should sell the machine for Monday. Yeah, I think we're closing in on the finish here. So all we need to do is read. So dir c. Oops. Let's do the. Yeah. So dir c users administrator desktop. Let's see if this command works. So if we actually have, you could use psexec or wmi exec if you want a shell. What is the command? Okay, so we got backup and we got root.txt. So we can just, I mean, we don't necessarily need a shell. We just need to read the root.txt file. Although it is cool to actually have a shell. It's an impacket tool. Okay, so locate wmi exec. I've never used this tool before, but let's just get the root flag / root.txt. Because, I mean, it would be nice to have a shell, because this is kind of slow to run these commands over and over again. Did we read it? I don't know if we read it or not. Oh, I did dir. I should be doing type. Yeah. Type. Use the right command for the right circumstance, everybody. Root flag, please. Is this it? Only one way to find out. We're just going to submit this as the root flag, see if it works. I mean, it looks like the same format. Yay! Okay, well, I mean, I guess we can do a little write-up on how we completed the box. You know what? This was a fun box. I got stuck. I relearned how to use Bloodhound ingestion stuff, and I relearned how to install Bloodhound. But we didn't need to use Bloodhound to complete the box, but you know, these are all good things anyways. Okay, continue. Artifact, thank you very much. And you know what? Let's go ahead and give this redeem right here.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we'll do a quick write-up on the system, and then we'll move on to something else. So walkthroughs, we've got TryHackMe. I don't have any TryHackMe over here. That's surprising. Okay, let's make a directory for TryHackMe, and this is soup e decode 01. Okay, so I guess we're going to include a number of things in the write-up. So the URL of the room, the port scanning, let's see, initial access. Initial access and privilege escalation are kind of fuzzy on this box. Okay, so we've got ads running on Twitch, run them on YouTube. Let's put on some birds. How about not a bird, but a happy squirrel? There's a happy squirrel. We'll be back in about 35 seconds. Okay, put the squirrels away. All right, so the URL of the challenge. Let's get that. There we go. So port scanning. There's all of the typical Windows AD ports. Open, and some extra ones for the DC. So let's see. I guess we can list the typical ports. So stuff like 53 and 88 and 139 and 445. And a bunch of stuff on the 40,000 range. Okay, so the ports we need to pay attention to or actually I guess the services. So the services to pay attention to are Kerberos, SMB, let's see, LDAP. Neem says, I've been on Volnix machines getting smoked. I mean, Neems, you don't have to feel bad. When you're doing your first like dozen machines, I would say your first like 30 or 40 machines, you're going to be looking up a write-up almost every single time. It's only after you've developed a good sense for doing this kind of network hacking stuff that you're going to be able to start doing machines without a write-up. I mean, I don't know, I've done a couple of hundred machines, but I still get stuck on some easy stuff sometimes. So don't feel bad about it. Let's put on some Baba Is You. Okay, Neem says, I'm trying to make a playbook right now. Hope it helps. I mean, definitely keep good notes as to how you solve the machines. And then when you see the same thing on another box, you'll be able to refer to your notes later. Okay, so the services we need to pay attention to are Kerberos, SMB, what else? LDAP. Yeah, I think these are basically the three services that we're interacting with on this box. Not too much else. Okay, so initial access. So we scan. We scan the box with netexec to find out if the guest account is enabled or not. Okay, let's give a little command here. So I was actually working on this write-up offline. So I've got most of the commands over here. Okay, so this is it. Whoops. So it's netexec, SMB, IP address, and then we check to see if the guest thing is open. Just put IP address over here. Okay, so we learned that the guest account is enabled. So we check for users using the rid-brute method. We do that with this command over here. So what we're doing here, actually, did they shut down? No, they didn't shut down the machine. So I'm just gonna double check to see that the machine is still up. Okay, so the machine's still up. We can still, play around with it a little bit. So this is one of the, this is actually a very useful command that we can do right over here. So netexec SMB on this box here. I'd definitely try and get a shell. I mean, we could try to get a shell if we finish the write-up, maybe we could try and get a shell after that. But let's see. WMIC, I think it's called, right? Let me see what the command syntax is. Impacket WMIC example. So impacket WMIC exec. It gives you an interactive shell on the Windows host. Okay, so the command is this. Can we supply a password hash with this? Because it only really works if we're able to use a password hash, otherwise we're kind of out of luck. Dash hashes. Okay. Hold on. Let's try this with remote access. So that's, what is it? First of all, I want to locate WNIC exec? No. WMIC exec. How do you spell that? WMI exec. Okay. All right, so which one do we use? How about this one? Okay. So it's not test.local, it is soup e decode.local / what was that user account? File server. Okay, and password soup code 01. Yeah, names. That's the name of the box. If you want to try it out yourself, the THM box from the last stream, that's correct. It's the one we've been doing for the last 2 streams. Okay, so password, the IP address. So the IP address, gotta get that. Where's my IP address? Oh wait, did they shut down my computer? Or did they shut down my VM? I think they might have. Yeah, they did. Anyways, we can start it up again. All right, so while we're waiting for it to boot up, I guess we can continue on with the write-up. Okay, so we run the thing. And we use the rid-brute method, and we also put the output in a file called userglob.txt. So we can, well, I mean, the format doesn't give you a very clean user list. So what we need to do is we need to format this thing. We format that userglob file with the following command. Beat it though, yeah. I'm making a walkthrough. So I mean, I'm not really great about Windows hacking stuff, so I need to do some note taking right now, so that if I encounter stuff in the future that looks the same, I can look this up. I can look up my own walkthrough, and it'll help me out. Okay, so it's this magic command over here that we use. That's gonna turn the userglob file into a usable file. And then after that, we can do some password spraying. So after we have our users.txt file, can password spray with using the usernames as the passwords. So this is it's pretty common to see on Windows, well, like, you know, on Windows CTF challenges, that the usernames are used as the password. And I'm not too sure whether or not this is something you see in the real world, but I mean, it might be. It's a pretty good technique. It works every once in a while. So it is something you need to add to your toolbox. Okay, so you run something like this, and it's going to give you only positive matches. Okay, so from the output, are able to enumerate one valid domain user, and let's see, it's ybob317, ybob317. Okay, let's continue on with our trying to get our shell, because we've got our new IP address. Okay, so we're crafting our thing over here. So password 123, how do we use hashes with this thing? WMI exec hashes. WMI exec hashes. Pass the hash, privilege escalation with invoke WMI exec. Invoke WMI exec dash hashes NTLMN dash hashes so just add this on to the end. Like this. And then we would add our NTLM hash onto the end of this thing. So this is the NTLM hash. No, remove password. Remove the password. Oh, okay, okay. So we just don't put in the password. Okay, hashes, and then this, right? Just make sure to see if the IP address 52208. 52208. Okay. Not enough values to empat. What? Colon in front of NTLM and then $sign instead of in front of username. Oh, that's true. Okay, okay. Colon in front of NTLM. Name or service not known. Name or service not known. Escape the $sign. Oh. Okay. Do I have a shell? I have a shell. Wow. Who am I? Yeah, awesome, awesome. Wow. I need to include this in my notes. Thank you very much, Pebble. You are a Windows hacking guy. You're a Windows hacking hacker, is what you are. Okay, let me include this in my notes at the end. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, we've got our own shell. Yeah, we can bop on into the users directory, administrator. These type of execution methods only really work if you have administrative privs. Yeah, I mean, it's good that we have a way to get shell access, even if there's no like WinRM available, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do this stuff. So we got admin, administrator, public, ybob. It's not the most snappy, but that's fine. Okay. So, I mean, the flag is in the desktop directory. I mean, we already have it, but we got the backup directory as well. Is that where the file share is? Yeah, that is where that file share is. That's cool. Okay, let's continue doing the write-up. So from the output, we were able to enumerate one valid user. So this is where we picked up on today. And so with the ybob user, we can do Kerberos, like Kerberosting. So if we have, this is a domain user, so we can attempt Kerberosting, which could give us the password hashes for service accounts. So I guess we can provide the command that does Kerberosting. So this is what we do. So just like this. And yeah, we just need to make sure that their IP addresses. Okay, and what do we do after this? So we successfully Kerberos and get several service account password hashes. We can crack them using hashcat with this command. Okay, and we've got our hashcat command. Okay, so after that, we managed to capture the password for the file service account, file SVC account. Which is password 123 exclamation double exclamation point. Let's see. We can enumerate this user's shares, file shares on SMB. Okay, and we do that with more netexec. It's always more netexec. Let me just craft that thing out. That's SMB, that's IP address. How much time do we have left before we gotta do our call with the Rabbit Heart? So Rabbit Heart is going to be, well, she should be coming online in about 10 minutes. I hope you're all not too bored watching me do my write-up here. Okay. So what are we doing? This is just shares. And just to make sure that this command works, I'll just give it a go over here in the terminal. Just need to get the IP address. Gerby says, not at all. Well, I appreciate that. Because, I mean, proper documentation is pretty important if you want to do cybersecurity stuff. Because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. Okay, so this is the correct command. I get real paranoid about proper syntax on these commands, because if you copy over the wrong syntax and then you try to use it when you're doing your next challenge, you're gonna have a bad time. Okay, so this works. So we see that this user has access to the backups. Is it backups or backup? Backup, it's just backup with no S. File share. So we can use SMB client to log in as that user and see what's in there. Okay, the SMB client command is this one. Okay, and then there's a file in the share with a bunch of service accounts and password hashes, or NTLM hashes. What else do we say about that? We can use the following commands to create a user list and a password list. Actually, I guess hashes list from that file. I can't even remember what the commands we used were. I think it was cat into what was the name of the file? It was called backup extract. Did you see what I sent to the Discord? I'm not actively looking at Discord. Let me take a quick look. Oh, it looks like Rabbit Heart might be coming online soon. Okay, hopefully I can. But Neems, you said that you sent something to the Discord? I mean, Neems, I see your message from earlier today. I'm pretty sure I sent a reply. If not, I'll give a reply after. I'll give a reply after the stream is over. I can't answer too many Discord messages while the stream is going on. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep an eye out on Discord for when the interviewee is showing up. Just a sec. Okay, so what were we doing? Oh, create the user list. Yeah, backup extract. so we can do this to create the NTLM hashes list. And there's another command we were doing for cut D by this. Yeah, okay. And we'll turn that into service users .txt. Slover says, just came up here to check up on you guys. Thank you, Slovers. We're actually going to be starting our interview portion of the stream pretty soon. We just need to wait for our interviewee to show up in Discord. Okay. So service users.txt, NTLM hashes.txt. So after that, we can do a password spray with the service users and the NTLM hashes. And that command is I think that was under brute forcing. Yeah, this one right here. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we're running on YouTube. And we put on the birds. Okay. So it says, nice, maybe I'll join later because I have another 4 non-PTSA CCNA tests. Another 2. You seem to be pretty active with your education. That's a good thing. Okay, let me take my little water break. We'll be back in about 50 seconds.
Hey, how's it going? Okay.
Okay, so it looks like our good friend Rabbit Heart is here. So let me put the birds away, and I will see if I can connect Discord to the stream. Hope I can. Okay, so I mean it should be connected. Let's see, Rabbit Heart, could you say something?
Testing 1 2 1 2. Hello.
Okay, and Panako Panko is here as well. Panako Panko is a cybersecurity streamer. So let's give them a shout out.
Hey, Panako Panko.
Panako Panko, it rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
I love it.
Okay, so let's see if we can connect your collab PNG thing.
Oh yeah. I need my little guy in there.
Okay, so everybody should be able to see Rabbit Heart's little icon light up when she talks.
Hello. Yay.
Yay! Awesome. Okay. So yeah. So Rabbit Heart is is a hacker and cybersecurity enthusiast. She also does social engineering, and she did a big thing on social engineering over at Defcon. It was like 2 weeks ago, right? When did it happen?
It was August, was it 7th through 10th? So yeah, almost 2 weeks.
Almost 2 weeks. It seems like yesterday, huh?
It seems simultaneously both like yesterday and like it was about 2 years ago. It's been a very exhausting time being home from it.
Yeah, awesome. So, let's see. How should we do this? I've got a number of questions that we can ask. That I can ask. How are you strapped for time? Do you have to get out by a certain time, or how are you for time?
No, I'm chilling. Yeah, I'm good for however long.
Okay, cool. I'll put an hour on the clock, and we'll see what's up after an hour's done.
Sounds good.
Okay, so this is Rabbit Heart, and we're gonna ask her some questions about social engineering. So Neem says, "Is that the streamer that was doing the ASMR streams?" So Neem's is asking about Panico Panko. Panico Panko does ASMR streams, but they're not really ASMR streams. It's more of like a cheat to get around the Twitch system where they show ads, but they don't actually show ads on ASMR streams. So it's kind of a workaround.
Oh.
It's very, very sneaky, isn't it?
I did not know that.
Apparently.
It's a cool trick.
Yeah. They don't have ads in the ASMR, but I'm actually wondering, you don't get paid for ads in the ASMR category because the ads aren't being shown, or do they actually pay out on ads even if they're not showing? That would be a pretty neat little hack.
Yeah, that would be the ultimate loophole.
Okay. So we're gonna. Oh, we have everything turned off, says Panko. Okay, so we're gonna ask some questions. Everybody on stream should be able to see the questions because they're in a nano text editor file, which is super. What is it called? Super scuffed.
Nice. It's got the good look though. It's got the aesthetic.
Well, I mean, okay. So here's the first question. So, and we want you to be able to introduce yourself. What is your hacker origin story? And did you go to school for a computer-related program?
Yeah, so my origin story was, like many people in security, I had a long, strange journey to getting here. I actually started out in art school, but had always loved computers, and when the art thing turned out to not really be my thing, I returned to what I should have done in the first place, which was work in computers. And it's actually funny, I've noticed a lot of people in security have an overlap with different kinds of artistic backgrounds a lot of times, because it's a pretty creative field. There's a lot of people that I think are attracted by the kind of like problem solving and puzzle and break it apart and build it back up again kind of thing there is in security. So yeah, started out in art, went to computer information systems is what I went to school for. I've gotten a few certs along the way, and I've been working, I guess it's 7 years in security now.
Okay, when you say that you've worked 7 years in security, does that include like other like IT related jobs that you might have done in the past, or did you do other IT jobs before going into your cybersecurity role?
So I had one IT-related internship before I went into security. So I worked as a data analyst intern for a company that did like just big data processing, just because I needed some experience somewhere I could put on my resume that was actually related to technology. But after that, I went pretty quickly into security. I had another internship that ended up being in GRC, which is governance, risk, and compliance, which I did not like at all. And I was able to convince the company I was working for at the time, like, please, can you let me intern on the forensics team instead? And they did. So I've been in kind of the DFIR space since then.
Okay, so you would self-describe yourself as a person who's in the defensive side of cybersecurity, correct?
For the most part. I definitely started out solidly blue team. I would say I'm a bit more purple team right now. I do a bit of red team engagement at my current company, while my main job is doing blue team stuff, I also do like red team exercises for our service desk, or other types of kind of social engineering engagements just to test if people are following processes, if we have any weaknesses, is there anything that we can do to kind of shore up our security. And I also just have a personal interest in getting a bit more into the physical pen testing side of that, but I haven't been given full permission to break into my company's building yet, so...
Oh, okay. GX000 says, I don't recognize this person, lol. I mean, I'm very sure that GX000 has met Rabbit Heart before.
I'm 99% sure I recognize that name, so what's up?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, so we've got some questions from chat as well. And Panico Panko asks, what interests you about physical pen testing?
Honestly, it's fun. Like I said, it's something I've been working towards a bit and have been learning a lot from a lot of people that know a lot more than I do in that space. But it kind of marries a lot of technologies together. You have the social engineering side of it, you have technical side of it if you're doing anything with maybe deploying any sort of malicious scripts in the environment, or use rubber duckies or any of the other fun tools you get to use for physical penetration testing. And I like lockpicking as well. I like anything to do with kind of breaking different types of physical security. So it's just a lot of little things you can kind of add together. That's just a pretty dang cool job, in my opinion.
I don't want to get too off topic, because we have a bunch of other questions to ask. But have you ever done something close to physical pen test engagement before, or is this just something that you have up in your head that you're aspiring to?
So it's not my formal role. I have gotten to do a few things within my company where I've said, hey, can I just try to go wherever I want in the building and write a report on it? And they've said sure. So got into some doors I probably should have gotten into, got on the roof and a few other places. But it wasn't like a formal engagement where I'm trying to, capture objectives or write a giant recommendation report out of it. So it's really been more dabbling rather than it being my full-time role, but my company gives me some flexibility to play around with different hats I want to wear.
I mean, do you think that you get to do a lot of stuff in your role because your team, the security team at your company is kind of small, or do you think you just why do you think you've got so many opportunities to do some cool stuff at your job?
I'm very fortunate to work for an organization that is very supportive of things you want to do and try, and in particular, our security team is very much. We're not super tiny. We've got a handful of people, but our leadership is very supportive of, oh, you want to try to do something? You want to try to break something? You think we need something else? Sure, do it. If you can make the time, you can do it. So it's great having a very supportive organization for that.
Yeah, I mean, not every company has the desire or the budget to be able to let people do this kind of stuff. So I think it's really cool that your organization lets you do it. And we've got a question from chat. So Defus asks, is it easier for a woman to do social engineering than it is for a man?
That's a great question. And I see that it's specific to socially engineering men than it is for a man. I wouldn't say it's easier to specifically socially engineer men, but I will say as a woman, it can be easier to socially engineer in general. It's kind of one of those unfortunate things where, just because of certain biases or assumptions people might have about hearing a female voice or seeing a female presenting person, that they might feel a little more sympathetic or think that they have better intent, or they might want to help out a little bit more. So I will say there actually is potentially a little bit of an advantage. I've heard that from a few other male social engineers as well. I've also heard a great story from a physical pen tester is that women have the great advantage if you're at a physical pen testing engagement if you can use a pregnant belly to hide tools inside of, which is I guess you could also maybe pose as like a slightly overweight guy too, but you know.
Well, I mean, you know, one of those usually gets treated better than the other, I would suppose.
Yeah.
But let's move on to the next question. Okay, so hacker origin story, and now, so before we get into the hard social engineering questions, so aside from social engineering, what aspects of cybersecurity and hacking do you enjoy? For example, web app hacking, digital forensics, yada yada yada.
Yeah, so like I said, my main wheelhouse is in DFIR, or digital forensics and incident response. That's where I spend most of my time. I specialize in Windows forensics specifically, so doing a lot of things, dissecting anything and everything to do with Windows systems. I also do quite a bit of cybersecurity awareness material, which is definitely not on the hacking side of things, more on the solidly blue hat, keep people from getting hacked. But the social engineering experience at things like Defcon has been great for material for that, to educate. And yeah, I consider myself a okay lockpick as well, learning a bit more about that. So yeah, probably where most of my interests lie.
That's great. I mean, you know, people hear social engineer and they assume that people who do social engineering, you know, can't do technical hacking stuff, but I mean, you know, both categories exist. There are people who do social engineering that only do social engineering, and then there are social engineers that do all the other stereotypical, you know, cybersecurity stuff as well.
Yeah, it's a big spectrum, and there's lots of different kinds of, you know, engagements you can work on, and even, you know, when you learn about or listen to experiences with any sort of red teaming engagement that involves social engineering, you usually have people with a spectrum of skills. Maybe somebody's doing entirely social engineering one time, or they're doing entirely physical entry, or they're doing entirely the technical side, but they switch roles depending on, you know, what their target is or what's required. So I'd say it's just another tool in the toolkit.
Okay, so I see a message from Slevers over on YouTube. And you wanted to ask about the type of social engineering that they did for Defcon, and let's not slander any specific people in the chat. But yeah, social engineering. Well, we'll talk about the specific social engineering attack that you did at Defcon when we do your little slideshow.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll answer the questions, Slevers, but just a little bit later. I think next question is. Okay. So I think maybe we'll do the slideshow now. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay. So I received some slides from Rabbit Heart, and I guess I will put them up on screen. Just let me get away from here. So we'll open up, let's see, where is that PDF file?
Oh, it's that observations on SC one.
Okay.
There. Yeah. Sorry, not the nicest one to type. I should have made it a little shorter.
No worries. Okay, I think, how do we make this full screen? Full screen. Oh, and we'll get rid of this. All right, awesome. Okay, so just talk about yeah, what's going on the slide, and when you're ready to move on to the next slide, let me know. Okay.
Yeah, sure. So this is from a presentation I did at our local Defcon group last year. Where last year at Defcon I did the cold calls portion of the social engineering village, and I guess just to give a little bit of background about the village itself, if you're not familiar with it, they have several different events. The main one is the Full Vision competition that's on Friday, where they select a bunch of teams in advance, and you get target companies, and you do months of OSINT to gather information on your target company, And then when you get to Defcon, you have 22 minutes on stage in a soundproof booth to try to get as much information out of that company as you can in that time. And you've got predefined objectives and some other kind of things you can get points for, like costume changes or asking a silly crowd-picked question. And it's typically a black badge contest. And I also wanted to correct, just for the record, I saw it says hacking contest winner in there. I did not win this year. I got second in calls and third overall. Maybe next year, we'll see.
I mean, you still placed. So I mean that's kind of a winner's standing, technically, right?
I was pretty happy with it, because this year I did the full fishing competition. Last year I did cold calls, which is another thing they do at the village on Saturday and Sunday, which is where anybody in the audience can come up. They get a random company, they get 3 questions drawn out of a hat, and you get 5 minutes to try to get flags. So it's a bit different than the actual fishing competition in that's really just kind of some improv on the spot. Can you on the fly socially engineer somebody for some information, whereas the full competition is you have all of that OSINT and research you're doing in the background to really make it a much more convincing attack. If you're ever at DEF CON and are interested in this, I highly recommend checking out the village, and I even more recommend doing the cold calls, because it's a great way to get a feel for what it's like to compete, and also just a great opportunity to try out some social engineering on random ass companies. So
Okay. So as far as the contest is concerned, so everything they're doing is legal, right? Cold calling these people and trying to get information out of these people. You're not gonna land in legal trouble from doing these activities as part of the contest, are you?
I will say it's a bit of a gray area. There is no video footage that exists that confirms that I have done this, so maybe I'm okay. But
okay.
I think it more so lies in that Nevada, where DEF CON is held, is a 2-party consent state. So you can't film any of the phishing calls that are going on, because doing so would be a felony, and that's one part that could be a crime. If anybody records it, they get in trouble. I obviously haven't recorded anything from it. And then it seems to be a bit of a gray area as far as like eliciting this type of information. They're very careful with the objectives you pick out, or that you try to get on stage. They're not things that you could do real damage with. So like, you're not trying to get a password read out. You're not trying to get somebody's social security number. You're not trying to get the IP address for a very sensitive server or anything like that. It's some more general questions that can be, maybe could be used against a company if you really, really, wanted to get at them, but they are high level enough where they hopefully can't be used to actively damage these companies. So my understanding, it is legal, but maybe a slight bit of a gray area. Not sure. I'm not a lawyer.
Right. Let's see if we can answer a question or two from chat before we move on to the next slide.
Sure.
So Henki Lodwig says, how often do you do phishing as part of social engineering? How much of a percentage would you say that is realistic, I think is what they're trying to say?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding the question correctly. As far as like phishing on social engineering, I do some phishing engagements for my organization, which is kind of a separate thing from the vishing sort of stuff I'm talking about in like this aspect of social engineering. I'm not sure what's meant by what percentage is working for real.
I mean,
but if you want to clarify, I'd be happy to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, as far as phishing is concerned, phishing tends. I mean, I think that phishing tends to be pretty effective when you deploy it against like an employee population. A lot of people click on those links, but why don't you answer instead of me?
Yeah, it can be very effective. A lot of the phishing I do for our own internal, like red team testing, is just mass phishing, right? Not stuff that's super specific to any one employee. We have varying difficulties to see how people are susceptible to it. I would say my organization has learned a lot over years, and people tend to do pretty well, but you're always surprised that every once in a while someone a lot higher up than you'd expect fell for one of the easy emails you sent out, and you realize just how easily big hacks can happen.
Right, right. I mean, I'm from what I remember from the phishing campaigns that I observed at one of my previous companies, is that they do a lot of analytics on what level of employee actually opens up the phishing links, and it's really dangerous if the management or above decides to click on those links and fall for those fall for those fishes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ultimately, you don't want anybody to click it, but people are people, and it'll happen. And it's about trying to do that good awareness and training afterwards to help people understand. Here's why it was a fish. Here's some things you could have looked at. Report it to InfoSec, etc., etc.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do the next slide. Oh, okay. Go on.
All right. Yeah. So, why even do this? I get asked this a lot. Why do a thing where you fish a company? It seems like kind of a jerk move. Or it seems like you're just a scammer. But it does serve some pretty, aside from just like fun shenanigans at Defcon, serves a pretty good purpose for if you are a blue teamer and you want to learn some strategies for security awareness. It is some great insight into the things that behaviors people can fall into that lead them to getting phished, the ways you can kind of push very subtle kind of psychological levers to convince somebody to tell you something they absolutely shouldn't. One of the objectives to capture during the phishing competition is, do you do security awareness training? What do you think of it? And almost everybody says, it sucks, it's terrible. So being able to do something like this where you can demonstrate just how easy it is to get phished. Everybody thinks that it'll never happen to them, that they're too smart for it, or whatever. It's a great way to show a real example of how anybody could be susceptible to this, especially if they've done some pretty in-depth OSINT on you to target you well. And if you're kind of a purple-red teamer, kind of like I mentioned, you can vish your help desk, you can vish your HR team, your executives, with permission, of course. Don't do this without permission. But it's a great way to kind of demonstrate, here are some vulnerabilities we have. Here are some ways we need to shore up our verification processes. Here's how easy it was for me to get a domain credentials reset for a very privileged user. People sometimes will say social engineering isn't real hacking, but you can look at groups like Scattered Spider who have had enormous success in hacking very large companies. They kind of kicked it off, I think, with the MGM Caesars hacks in 2023. Both of those organizations lost tens of millions of dollars each. They have continued to do so. I think it's been like WestJet, Qantas, Hawaiian, a few others have recently all been hit by Scattered Spider, and their primary TTP is social engineering help desks. So it's a really great way to kind of test your own help desk, just like you would do a, software pen test or any other sort of like technological pen test. Doing a social engineering pen test is a great way to demonstrate weaknesses as well. If you want to go to the next slide.
Okay.
So this slide deck that I had done, I was kind of approaching it from the perspective of, if you are an awkward person or a shy person or not confident, I am all three of those things at many different times. How can you learn social engineering? How can you do social engineering and still be effective at it? So these were kind of, I think there's 4 observations in here that I made of learning how to socially engineer as a kind of shy, introverted person. And this was I made this slide deck after I did the cold calls, but I've learned a lot more after doing the actual competition this year. And the first observation from that was, yeah, use a pretext you can actually pull off. I was very nervous about being super anxious when I was on stage at Defcon. I thought maybe my voice would tremble, or I'd be talking super quickly, or I just wouldn't be able to kind of exude any authority. So I didn't play a high authority figure. My first pretext I used, I was a high school work study student. I had been working for my target organization that summer doing an internship, and I wanted to apply for a full role, so I was calling to ask questions about that. And that's a pretext where it makes sense for somebody maybe to sound a little bit anxious, talk really quickly, be a little unpolished. If you don't think you can pull off sounding like a super serious executive that knows everything and sounds super authoritative, don't do it. Lean into pretext you can actually pull off. If you feel like you don't have good social skills, if your voice maybe is a little flatter or you're quieter, you can lean into that too, right? You can be a stoic or annoyed IT guy. The person I saw who won in 2023, the call he had the most success on is he was just playing the super annoyed IT guy, calling somebody. It was the end of his day. He just needed some frickin' information so he could go home. Please, can you tell me this? Like, just no charm or anything whatsoever. But it worked, and he won that year. So that's another way you can kind of lean into your actual personality. You don't have to be somebody that you're not ever. I mean, you're pretending to be somebody you're not, but you don't have to be a different personality, right? Lean into things that are a little closer to who you actually are. And one other tip there was to stick to a, if you're not good at distilling technical terms, maybe stick to a tech pretext. If you're a very technical person, a lot of times when you're doing social engineering, you're talking to very non-technical people. If you're saying, like, what's the SSID you connect to, or what EDR is running on your system, they're not going to know what the heck you're talking about. You want to try to use terms like Wi-Fi or antivirus, but still maybe, like, if you're not good at distilling that down, stay with a technical pretext so it makes sense for you to be saying these word salads to non-technical targets.
Oh, just don't want to interrupt, but we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're just gonna wait for about a minute while the ads are running, and then we'll come back after the ads are done.
Sounds good. Just let me know.
Okay.
And do I need to recap something, or should I just? I'm good to move to the next slide.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we'll move to the next slide after the. GX000, you don't see any ads because you're subscribed. Oh, but did you? So, Rabbit Heart, have you seen my bird videos?
Yes. Oh, look at those stellar jays.
Yeah. So I play the bird videos during these little ad breaks because I just want something interesting to be on screen so people don't leave en masse.
I love it. How old is this video? Is that recent?
I think it's from a couple of years ago.
Okay. You still have the bird bath out there?
Yeah. I mean, I've got the bird bath out there now. It's looking a little dingier than it does over here when it was new.
Oh, look at them! They're having such a good time.
But
what's the coolest bird you've seen at the feeder?
I think I saw like a goldfinch. I saw like a goldfinch pair once at the bird feeder, but the stellar jays come by every day.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know if you've got them in your area. Probably, right?
Oh yeah, we do. They are loud, annoying jerks, but they're very entertaining and they're pretty. So I still like them.
Yeah. Especially when they're juveniles. They're very, very cute.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so we'll put the birds away. We'll get back to the social engineering stuff. And let me switch to the next slide. Okay.
Yeah, another observation, the power of shutting the heck up. Something I see quite often, I saw it this year, I saw it last year as well, is if you're on a call with somebody who wants to tell you, they want to talk. They just want to give you information. Just let them. Be quiet. You don't need to interrupt them for whatever scripting you had planned out or whatever it is you thought you wanted to say. Shut up. Just let them talk. There was a person this year that a team, I really wish they took advantage of it a little bit more, because they got this guy on the phone. He was so jovial. He was so willing to just say anything. He said he hadn't checked his email in a year. He was really ready to just like essentially give away anything they asked him, but they kind of just like cut him off in favor for talking a little bit more about their objectives and sticking to their script. You know, be ready to go off script, be ready to be quiet, be ready to just let them spill it themselves. If they want to say it, let them do it. And you can also, if they are maybe a little less talkative but seem like they don't like awkward silence very much, you can use that silence to your advantage. If you just sit there and be quiet, they might feel pressured into filling that space with words, and those words could be useful to you. So it's powerful to be quiet sometimes. It's a lesson of that slide. You can go to the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, make it make sense. Good OSINT is going to help you make it make sense. But even still, you can't always pass yourself off perfectly. So if you're gonna say, I'm a new hire, I just got hired here, and they're the person who hires people and they know they haven't hired anybody, you need to avoid kind of falling into a trap like that, because you have no out, essentially, at that point. Make sure that you have information that will make you seem believable, but isn't something that could be easily called out. Like, I've seen on calls before where somebody will be like, I don't know if I trust you. Like, who are you? Can I look you up in the company directory? And they'll be like, I'll give you a number to verify me with. And they're like, what does that mean? We don't verify with a random, like, 5-digit number. Why would you do that? So if you're going to try to seem like an insider, don't get yourself like stuck in a corner where it's not going to make sense to the person you're talking to. You're making a process that doesn't exist, that anybody would be able to call out. Take what you've learned from OSINT, try to put it in the context of your pretext in a way that's general enough that makes you seem like you belong, but not so specific that you are missing a main part of the process or the way that they work that could get you called out. I used an example here. Also, like, you can learn some things from OSINT, but it needs to make sense for your pretext to use that information. So if you learn from OSINT your target is traveling to Belize, but you're posing as IT when you're calling your target, do you want to mention that your target's traveling to Belize? How would IT know that? They probably don't. That's something to just, okay, I know it, but I don't need to use it. You need to make it make sense. Be realistic. Don't get yourself trapped in a corner where you have to just bail on the call. Yeah, I think that's about it for that one.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to talk about, using funny voices and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I have it like very small on my screen. Yeah. I've seen people use weird voices and like kind of go for style points. Like, that's a Defcon thing and that's fine. But if you're trying to like do this in a professional scenario where you're doing a red team engagement, and even at something like Defcon, maybe it'll catch somebody off guard. If you sound like Foghorn Leghorn, they might be like, okay, weird old person, I guess I'll entertain them. But other people might see you as disingenuous. So you can be silly, you can try to play a wild character if you want, but be prepared that somebody might just be like, this is absolute BS, and I'm not buying it for a second. So try to stick a little bit with realism if you are trying to be, I guess, dangerous with your social engineering rather than just memeing.
Okay, and I guess we'll do the last slide.
Yeah, last bit. Social skills not 100% necessary. I've heard a lot of people say, I'm awkward, I'm quiet, I'm introverted, whatever. I'm all of those things too. You don't necessarily have to be the suavest social smooth talker that's ever existed to do social engineering. A enormous part of effective social engineering is good OSINT. And if you have good OSINT, you can build great rapport, great credibility without having any riz at all, like it says there. You can play a flatter character, you can seem awkward, but you seem like you belong, so people might not question you. If you've ever encountered somebody that they seem like they make sense to be in whatever situation you're in, but they're not the most charismatic, you're not like, hey, you seem awkward, I'm not going to talk to you. Like, that's just not a thing. People are not going to call you out for that. If you have good OSINT and seem like you belong, that's what's going to help a lot. If you're not great at speaking, lean into the listening part. Being an active listener, letting people fill silences, letting people talk if they're very chatty, that's a great way to be successful if you're not super great at speaking. If you get pushback, if somebody rejects you outright or calls you out, be ready to pivot. You can push to an extent if somebody calls you out and it's like, I don't believe you, I think this is BS. If you've got a quick excuse on the fly that you can use, you can try to push it a little bit, but don't let it kind of shake you entirely. Like if they hang up on you and call you, I saw it happen at Defcon the year before last, somebody said, you're an effing scammer, try someone else, you're an idiot for even calling me about it, and the people on the call just, they did not recover emotionally from it at all. So just be ready to pivot, know that you're gonna get rejected sometimes. There's a great thing I've seen on various social media called rejection therapy, where you ask people weird things in public like, hey, can I have $100? And 99% of people are gonna say no. And it supposedly helps you just learn how to deal with like being rejected by something outright, but not being like emotionally damaged by it, I guess. It's a way to say that. And I guess, yeah, last part here. A lot of people want to learn, okay, I don't have great social skills, but I want to improve them, because obviously it does help if you are socially adept to socially engineer. How do I increase my social skills? How do I make them better? A lot of people will suggest improv. It's a great suggestion. Improv is a great way to make you think on your feet, make you roll with something unexpected, to be a different character, but improv is not for everybody. If you're not a theater person, you might feel out of place. I know I have at the 1 or 2 improv sessions that I've been to. My recommendation, personally, is Dungeons & Dragons. It's basically nerd/fantasy improv I've played for many years. Practice really leaning into your character if you're playing D&D, or start playing D&D and really lean into your character. Honestly, that's been one of the best help I've ever had, is to just like play diverse characters in my D&D groups, super lean into them. It's going to help you learn improv maybe in a way that you're a bit more comfortable with, if you're not comfortable in a classical improv setting.
Okay,
yeah,
so let's answer a couple questions from chat. Let's see. So MC25 asks, have you ever tried using loud annoying noises in the background to speed up a call, and if you have, did it increase your success rate?
I have not a lot personally. I know kind of like the video I think you're referring to, where there's like it's at Defcon and there's a woman, she puts a baby on in the background and is crying. That can be used in definitely some scenarios to great success. For the scenarios I've been in, it hasn't made a lot of sense, at least for a crying baby. At Defcon, you get extra points if you can use a background sound, but it's not so much something like that. You could just have like office noises in the background, or if your pretext person is at an airport, like airport background noise. So I've used things like that just to get some extra points at Defcon. I have not personally used a crying baby, but yeah, I have seen that used to great success.
And sort of unrelated, but Slevers wants to know, what Linux distribution do you use?
The most recent one I've been using. So I built this OSINT box that I've been playing around on a lot, and I'm running Debian on that. So
just
cool,
straight
Kali
Debian
or anything. Yep. Just I've got a Debian distro. I'm running on that one. I can't remember what number it is.
Okay, and Panako Panko asks, how much do you think culture and the age of the target impacts your strategy towards social engineering?
That's a great question. In my mind, I think a lot, like, of course, older people would be easier to social engineer. When you think of people that are like scam victims and things like that, that does skew like people that are actually victimized by scams very much to an older demographic. But it's not the only demographic for that. I'm often surprised by how many people across the spectrum are or are not susceptible to scams or other forms of social engineering. So my first call, for example, at Defcon, I had an older sounding woman on the phone. She was great. She was not having me for a second. Like, she was answering some questions, but other things she was just like, I can't tell you that for security reasons. If you get onboarded, you'll learn it when you get here. Like, she was very, very savvy. I was very proud of her, honestly. And conversely, if you get a younger person on the phone, you might think they'd be more difficult to socially engineer because they have been more online. Maybe they're more aware of these sorts of things. But they can be easier in that it's sometimes super easy to get great OSINT on younger people from the internet. If you've ever seen some of those TikTok accounts where someone's like, hey, find where I am, or find, my birth date, or whatever. Younger generations put so much on the internet just openly and record themselves doing so many things that you can just get incredible amounts of OSINT from them. So yeah, it's a bit surprising that what you would think, like different cultures or ages, would be so easier to socially engineer. Sometimes you're surprised.
I mean, I suppose like culture could also be if the person on the other other end of the line shares like your subculture or like your occupation or some other like interests that you hold, you might be able to form like a rapport with them more easily.
Yeah. If you have kind of some shared background, not even just in culture, but yeah, like any sort of occupation or hobby or anything you can use to build rapport, any sort of connection you have is something that you can kind of jump on. And that rapport building is super important for being able to successfully socially engineer. I will say a bit. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go on. You will say that.
I was just going to say, actually, I lost my train of thought on that
Okay.
one. I had something to say on the culture bit, but I lost it. So I'll come back to that one.
Oh, well, I mean, you're gonna say something about sharing culture with the people on the other end of the phone line, maybe.
Oh, yeah. What I was going to say, if you are a native English speaker and you have a North American accent, you also have a big advantage in that. So this isn't so much about like the culture of the target, but more about the culture of the person socially engineering. If you have a native sounding North American accent, you have a massive advantage, at least if you're socially engineering other targets in North America. Obviously, if you are from another country or region, you are socially engineering people in that region, you are going to have an advantage if you are matching the kind of way somebody would typically sound in that region. Right.
I mean, people become a little bit more guarded when they hear certain accents of people on the other end of the phone line, because unfortunately there are certain accents that are associated with scams and such.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is absolutely true.
But let's see. Okay, so Oreo Bite asks, so the game is always changing. How do you keep up with evolving OSINT tools and tactics? What resource do you think might be deprecated or removed from the internet?
That's just, there's no great answer for that one. Stuff does always change, and stuff does disappear from the internet all the time. I've had great tools that I used for a while, and then they're just gone. I would recommend, if you have a tool that you love and it exists in a form that's not just a website, download it. Make a make sure you have it archived somewhere so you can use it locally forever. These things disappear all the time. You really just have to try to keep up with. There's some great aggregating resources. Michael Basil, I think his OSINT Techniques, I believe, is his site. He also has a great book with tons of different OSINT resources in there, and if you read that book, it's I think the 6th edition or something like that now, maybe 7th. He mentions there just line item after line item. I used to use this, doesn't exist anymore. Now I use this. Used to use this, now it's riddled with ads, or they want you to pay. Now I have to use this. So it just changes. You have to try to just find more everything you get. If you can get a local version of it, absolutely do so.
I think actually OreoBite, the person who asked the question, is a big advocate of forking every GitHub repository you see that has some nice stuff.
Yep, it's a great strategy.
And
Nothing on the internet is forever.
yeah, right. Let's move back to the to our regular questions.
Sure.
Oh, you know what? Maybe before we leave the presentation part of the conversation, let's talk about what exactly the exact competition that you participated in this year and the details around that.
Yeah, so I did the full vision competition at Defcon this year. I applied, I think it was late April or May. They pick 14 teams. You can either be a solo or a duo team. I was a solo team. And they give you a company at, I think it was end of May, that I got my target company and did about 2.5-3 months of OSINT on this company. And they're real companies. The theme they used this year was either top 250 or top 500 Fortune 250/500 companies. So they're pretty big. You've got OSINT you do a few minutes beforehand. There's an OSINT objective where you have to answer these questions on a written report, submit all of your phone numbers in advance, submit a phishing plan in advance where you're listing out all your pretext and all the tactics you have and what numbers you're going to spoof as, what numbers you're going to target, etc., etc. And then when you get to DEF CON, on Friday, you have your call. So you are put into a soundproof booth in the social engineering village with, I don't know, a couple hundred people in the crowd watching you. You can see there in those pictures. So that picture on the top is the screen that's shown out to the crowd of 2 people in the booth. That's actually Andy, who won last year. And then the bottom picture is kind of more of a view inside the booth. Obviously, he's got a costume on at that time, which is something you can get extra points for as well. So yeah, when you're in the booth, you have that 22 minutes. Make as many calls as you can or need to. You have a list of 20 some objectives for varying amounts of points to try to capture. Some you can capture multiple times for more points. You get points for costume changes, pretext changes, playing background sounds, and there's also a crowd-picked objective every year as well, where the crowd gets like a list of 4 questions, they vote, and then if you can ask that question, which is always something very silly, during your call, you get a bunch of points. My question this year was, what song should play when you walk into a room? And I did manage to get one of my targets to answer it. She answered, "Journeys Don't Stop Believin'." So, yeah, it's part silliness, part serious, but all of it's super, super fun.
Okay, great. Let's switch on back to the other questions that I had that I have written down. Just a second. Okay, and let's see. Oh, right. So how people might be interested in social engineering at this point, and the big question is, if you want to learn about social engineering, how do you learn it? And are there courses or websites that you can use to learn about how to do this thing?
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a hard question, as social engineering isn't something you could be like, I'm gonna go get my social engineering certification or take a course on it. Maybe there are courses that exist. I find that a lot of spaces online that advertise themselves as like social engineering forums or communities of sorts tend to be filled with a lot of like sociopaths and scammers, unfortunately. It's the case with a lot of like hacking spaces on the internet that are just open. So it's kind of more of a piecemeal approach, I guess I'd recommend if you want to learn more. Like I said, learning thinking on your feet while talking skills, like doing improv or playing D&D, those are great things to do. There's a lot of great books. A big part of social engineering has a lot to do with like human psychology, right? How we can be manipulated into doing things we don't think we would do. There's a great book called It's Not All About Me by Robin Deek that I'd highly recommend, that talks about like quick ways you can build rapport with people and get people to give you information and just essentially, build rapport with people quickly. The Kevin Mitnick books, honestly, are great reads as well. If you're not familiar with him, maybe the age demographic is too young to know Kevin Mitnick. He's one of the OG social engineers and a phone phreaker from back in the day. He wrote a handful of books that are not so much lessons on how to socially engineer, but ways social engineering has been used to great effect for him in a lot of the various attacks he did many years ago that are still relevant. There's a lot of good podcasts. Layer 8 podcast is great. There's a lot of good Darknet Diaries episodes with different social engineers. The Rachel Tobeck episode comes to mind. Deviant Olim's episode, Elith, a few others. Yes, R.I.P. Kevin. And there's also a great Substack called Locks and Leaks that is kind of talking more from a physical penetration perspective, but has a lot of good information on social engineering and OSINT as well. That's kind of the learning portion of it. For courses and websites, Shahad, I can give you some links for this a little bit later.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking I could start editing the GitHub file I have over here for this interview,
sure.
because there's a lot of good stuff that you were talking about. I wanted to record some of it in my links and resources section over here. So
Sure.
you said
I'll send you a quick message. I'll send you a message with some of the ones I mentioned already. If you want to throw some of those in there. There is OSINT Techniques by Michael Basil. These are great. These are kind of moving more into OSINT, which, like I said, is a really big part of successful social engineering. There's some fun exercises you can do online. Like, obviously there's things like GeoGuessr, but that's really just kind of one portion of it. There's other challenges out there that have you finding different types of information besides just where something is in the world. So there was one that's osintforfun.eu that has a handful of challenges you can do, which is OSINT 4, like number 4 fun.
Oh, okay.
EU. There's another one on, I think it was growlhix.com. I'll also send you a link for that one.
You're sending these over
I'm sending them
Discord?
to your to your Discord.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, I see a lot of these.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can copy paste over to this document over here. Growlix.com, okay, and Darknet Diaries, right? So I mean, I'm a I mean, part of why I'm here is Darknet Diaries.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah. I thought I didn't think I could do cybersecurity, but I started listening to that podcast, and I really felt really passionate about the stuff that they were doing. Let's
Yeah,
see.
he's got such a great variety of guests he's had on over the years. Yeah, tons of great episodes with people that do social engineering. A lot of them have overlap with like physical pen testing and other sorts of physical security. Um, Trace Labs also has a CTF. If you feel pretty good about your OSINT skills already and want to try to employ them a bit, Trace Labs has a CTF that where they try to locate people that are missing for like law enforcement and for families that are trying to find them. Um, so if you want to try to use some of your skills for good, absolutely recommend checking out their CTF.
Okay, and let's get back to the questions. Yeah, Defa says, "R.I.P. Kevin." Yeah, that guy was taken from us too soon. I think
Too soon.
it was some sort of cancer, right?
Yeah, I think he had pancreatic cancer, sadly.
Yeah. Okay, so next question. It is, right. What is the relationship between social engineering and OSINT? I mean, I suppose you need to do one to be good at the other thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, like you can do social engineering without any OSINT. Really, it's just kind of like manipulating people, right? Um, the cold calls at Defcon where you don't do any OSINT at all and you're getting something out of a hat randomly, that's just going to be your raw social engineering skills. But there's a lot of like mixed degrees of success with that. Really, your good OSINT is what's going to help you seem authentic, seem believable, have a good solid pretext that somebody will be willing to talk to. I had a lot of success at DEF CON with getting some of the higher point value questions that are hard to ask about, like what browser version is in use or some information about their antivirus. And I had a lot of that information already from my OSINT, where I could kind of lead them into the answer to the question because I already knew it from my OSINT and I needed them to confirm it. So when you're at DEF CON and you have your list of 20 something questions and you have 22 minutes in the booth, you can't just like go down the list like, do you have security guards? What hours do they work? What's your vendor process? Like you can't just go down the list like that. It doesn't seem natural. It seems weird and like you're checking off a list and like maybe you can do a pretext that's believable for it, but ultimately it doesn't, your target doesn't feel a lot of times like you are a authentic human they're talking to. But when you have good OSINT and you kind of know the answers to some of these questions and you need to confirm or add a little bit more detail, you can be like, oh, I understand you're using, say, AnyConnect for your VPN. Is that right? Is everybody using that like at your location as well? And they could say, yes, we use AnyConnect and here's the server it connects to or whatever, right? You can kind of lead from there. So yeah, great OSINT is one of the best foundations you can have to do successful social engineering.
Okay, great. Let's see. Next question is, right. So people like to be gatekeepy in cybersecurity and hacking. They like to think that they're better than those other people. How do you respond to people who view social engineering as not hacking or a lesser form of hacking?
Yeah, I've heard that a lot. And ultimately, social engineering in a vacuum is not hacking. But neither is programming in a vacuum. Neither is scripting in a vacuum. Like none of this is hacking by itself. They are skills and tools that you add to a kit that you combine with other skills and tools you have to kind of make up what hacking is. I don't think anybody can look at a group like Scattered Spider and say that they don't hack anything when they use social engineering massively to their success. They use it as an initial foothold to pivot into other schools or to other tools in ways of getting information. Like, sure, everybody wants hacking to look like the sexy in a dark room with sunglasses on, hacking the mainframe and dropping the dankest 0 days. You could do that, or you could get somebody to open the door for you and go from there and save a lot of time, and still do a lot of damage or get a lot of information.
Right, right. I mean, investing in, getting like sophisticated 0 days for whatever software that the company's using, might cost you like hundreds of thousands of dollars, but phishing somebody into giving you their username and password, that is probably going to cost a lot less money or like, be a lot less of an investment.
Right, right. There's, like I said, if you can get someone to open the door for you, sure, you could I have a lock picking kit, and you'll hear a lot of people say like, everybody thinks that they need the lock picking kit to get into the door, their physical penetration engagement. But when you talk to an actual like physical penetration tester, they're like, I almost never had I can lock pick, but I don't need to bust it out hardly ever. Usually I just tailgate somebody. Usually I just follow someone in, like just I have them open the door for me or talk my way in, and that's a lot easier than sitting there for a couple minutes like trying to lock pick a door, which looks super suspicious when you're doing it too. So yeah, there's also, I would argue, just nothing that defines hacking. There's no one thing that's like, yes, this is true, pure hacking. Like, really, hacking is a huge umbrella with lots of tools underneath it, lots of skills underneath it. And the thing that kind of unites all of it is having a curiosity for things, maybe wanting to learn how to break things, maybe wanting to learn how to make them better or put them back together in a different way. But that curiosity is really kind of the uniting theme, I would think, behind hacking. It's why you have so many different villages at Defcon, from social engineering to aerospace to ham radio to maritime to malware. None of those things by themselves are hacking, but they are all part of an umbrella of what makes people hackers. So
yeah. I see a comment from Womprog on Twitch. It says that social engineering is hacking the mind. I mean, I think.
Yep.
I think social engineering is completely legitimate as you can totally call it hacking, because you're manipulating people into doing into doing something that they otherwise wouldn't do, and it's basically gaming the system, and the system is like the social interaction system, right?
Yep. It's just a different layer. I've always loved the name of the podcast Layer 8, because you've got the 7 layers of the OSI model, but often disregarding the 8th layer, which is the human. It's not something that should be discounted as a attack vector.
And Panako Panko asks, do you agree with the saying that people are always the weakest link?
I have 2 hats on this. I have my more malicious, the black hat that says yes, they are. But I also have my kind of more white hat view, where I'm trying to be from a more empathetic security awareness mindset of, there are weaknesses in people, but a lot of the weakness comes from the situations they're put in by their organizations or environment. If you're not giving them the tools they need to succeed, or your security team is not doing their job to close gaps, that person in and of themselves, like, they are not the total fault behind like a company getting hacked. Like, say, okay, a very obvious phishing email gets through with a exe attachment, and that person opens the exe attachment and gets malware on their computer. Is that the person's fault for clicking it? Sure, maybe they shouldn't have clicked it. But why is the security team letting random email addresses send exe attachments into the environment? That is an abject failure of the security team. So I think the answer is a little more complicated than that, and I think that kind of victim blaming people into saying like, you're the weakest link, it's going to be your fault if we get hacked, is not productive if you're trying to approach it from a blue team perspective.
Yeah, I mean this is why people say that the security awareness at their company, they hate it because it's always about blaming the users for not doing the right thing like every single time.
Right. Yeah, and none of us are perfect. Everybody will slip up somewhere. Is my firm belief that every single person in this chat, at my company, on Earth, could be hacked, like socially engineered, given the right background information, the right timing, the right circumstances. There is not a single person of us that is immune, and you are a fool if you think you're the one it won't happen to. And a lot of it is just, people that are attacking organizations are often playing a numbers game, and they just need one that happens to be that right time, that right place, that right thing that happens. When I do training for people, that's always what they say. Oh, I was in a hurry. This one just happened to be super relevant to me. Otherwise, I never click it, right? It's just gotta hit that one right time, and yeah, nobody's immune to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of hit on the aspect that you just have to get a person like on a bad day, or like just in the correct circumstance. Like maybe they're stressed, maybe they had an argument with a coworker. They might not be in the right headspace to make good decisions. When they look at that email, etc., etc.
Yeah. It's hard to say, what's going on with the person that's on the other end at any given time. So you can't paint any of it with a broad stroke.
MC25 says it's like getting someone to open slides.pdf. Of course. Okay, and we get to talk about AI stuff now. Yay! All right. So the next question's how is the rise of AI technology affecting social engineering? Are there automated bots that can replace social engineers? Are there real-time voice filters? How far is that technology developed?
Yeah, definitely impacting it, empowering it, really. I'm sure this audience is well familiar with voice cloning AI technologies, with video deepfake technologies, video filtering AI technologies. All of that is super impactful for people doing social engineering and even just scamming, unfortunately. So yeah, it's definitely affecting it, and I would say as a positive for the side of the social engineers. But as far as automated bots go, I don't think we're quite at a point where they can replace sophisticated social engineers. They might be able to conduct like your average Amazon scam call for you, but they're not going to be able to get probably information needed to take down an organization, for example. At the Social Engineering Village this year, they had a new competition that they called Battle of the Bots, where people developed AI agents that were meant to respond to voice input, and essentially the human never said a word the whole time, only the bots were interacting with the calls. I did not actually sit to watch these because I had some other things I needed to do, but catching up on it and talking to people that were at the village there, is that it didn't go super great. It's not quite there yet. One of the best things I heard from it is that, they can respond kind of, but they also can get into rabbit holes on things. One of them was saying that his bot was bot-splaining, essentially. It was literally explaining to a person on the phone what a cell phone was. Like, a cell phone is a personal device that you can use to place calls and make phone. Like, that's what the bot got into. So I would say they're not there yet. More of the augmenting tools where a human is very much involved, but they are using AI tools like video deepfakes and filters and voice manipulation and adjustments are really more of the danger.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was actually when we were talking about that last night, you started talking about the battle of the bots, and the disappointing. Well, I mean, would you say that it was a disappointing, like, like it was a disappointing, what is the word? Showing overall for all of these bots, or
Like I said, I did not get to actually attend that one, so it's kind of secondhand knowledge for me. But yeah, the kind of sentiment was that, there was no one bot that just absolutely killed it and knocked it out of the park. When you're watching the human social engineers, not every human social engineer is knocking out of the park, but many are, right? Many are having a great time and getting lots of information. My calls went really well. I felt really good about them, but there was not that same sentiment from the bots. They just seem like they're not quite there yet. It's not something ready for prime time where you can have like fully automated agents being able to do advanced social engineering without human interaction.
I think one thing that you touched on a little bit earlier was talking about how like AI chatbots aren't going to be able to replace like high level social engineers because they're not sophisticated enough. But I would suppose, like, if in the next year or 2 years, the technology would get to the point where it could fool like maybe 10% of people, you would see a big flood of those kind of chatbots doing all sorts of scamming like 24/7 because you can deploy them en masse.
Yeah, absolutely. And just because it's not sophisticated now does not mean it won't be soon. I mean, we've all seen how quickly the technology has advanced with anything to do with AI. And kind of like I touched on before, like advanced social engineering might be a ways off, but like think about romance scams, for example. Even if you just have like a chatbot doing it, it's not like something making a call. People are already like on their own, like falling in love with ChatGPT. There is a absolutely wild subreddit of people who think ChatGPT is their life partner. Like it's gonna be super easy for AI to conduct romance scams, or if they have a voice agent to conduct Amazon, scams, or I'm from the IRS, you owe us money scams. Like just your super basic scams that have been around for a long time that you're like nobody falls for except for grandmas. Yeah, that stuff is going to be super easily taken over by AI agents, even if they're not convincing to most of us.
It's really scary to think about. Like, they're right now most of the people doing like scam calls are like they're usually from like poor countries, but they're just going to be replaced by like an unlimited number of these deployed chatbots. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, it's a scary future out there for a lot of people, especially those that aren't up on these kind of attack trends. So
okay, and let's move on to some more lighthearted stuff. So there are a lot of people who are trying to get into cybersecurity in the community over here. There's students, there are people who are coming from other professions, and this is a kind of a cliche question, but it comes up a lot. And what advice would you give to people looking to get into cybersecurity? They hear that you're a person in cybersecurity. Hey, how do I get into cybersecurity?
I think a big piece of advice I'd give is to try a lot of things and to stay curious and try to learn and try to put your learning into action. But don't worry about your path looking different from somebody else's. Like I said at the start of the stream, I started art school, and now I'm here, and I could not have seen myself taking this path to this ending at all when I started out on it. But when I was on this weird path, I wanted to try things. I wanted to learn things. Also, like I mentioned, my first internship in security was in GRC. I did not want to do GRC, but I asked the people in management that I worked with, like, I really want to learn more about forensics. Will you let me work a case and try to see what I could do? And they were really happy with it, and that's what got me into forensics, was literally just being eager, being curious, putting in some effort, and I was genuinely interested in that. I think if you have passion and you're trying to apply it, it'll come through. I know that's kind of like real believe in yourself kind of energy, but it's a tough market right now, and there's a lot of different flavors of security, and they're all at varying degrees of hiring rates. So I just say, like, don't get too caught up in what your path is looking like or what it has looked like, and just really try to let your genuine interest come through.
Okay, so we've got a couple of more questions from the chat, and Womprog asks, how has gaining social engineering skills affected your personal life? For example, do you find it easier to deal with people in public, and have you ever social engineered your partner?
Yeah, good question, Womprog. I would say, as far as it's affected my personal life, is I've gained a bit more confidence. Just being able to talk more, try things that make me feel uncomfortable, has just helped me talk in more diverse situations more easily. But I don't socially engineer my partner. I don't socially engineer my friends or my coworkers or people I care about. I don't poop where I eat, to not curse. If you wouldn't hack your friend, then you shouldn't socially engineer your friend or your partner. Don't be weird.
Yeah, I mean, social engineering is it's a tool, like a wrench or a knife. You could use it to do really beautiful. You could use it to create really beautiful things, or you could use it to do all sorts of bad things. It's like hacking in general, I suppose.
Yeah. Like I said, if you wouldn't hack your friend, don't social engineer your friend. It's not nice. It's not nice to do.
And OreoBite asks, OreoBite, that's not a question. Sorry about that, OreoBite. OreoBite also wants to get better at digital forensics.
Oh yeah, I'll give a plug to a really great resource. Is if you haven't been on SANS.org, they have a lot of really amazing free forensics resources, especially their posters that talk about Windows forensics and all the different footprinting you can find in various systems. I think they have some for Linux and Mac as well. And they're free. I think you just have to sign up for an account. They do have some very expensive training, but they've also got some great open resources and have webinars and summits all the time as well.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good stuff about. As far as the quality of the stuff that comes out of the SANS Institute, I've heard nothing but good things about that stuff. I've also heard a lot about how much some of those courses cost, but that doesn't affect the quality of the stuff over there.
Yeah, unfortunately, their training for certificates is extremely expensive, and you probably need a employer to help you out. So.
Wow, we're getting a Twitch raid right now. Hack Smarter, and the crew are coming in, and they're raiding with a party of 16.
Very nice. Oh, Hack Smarter, Not Harder is a great theme for social engineering as well, right? Why hack harder when someone can open the door?
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much to everybody who's following right now, like Bloodhound Lore and Maticus Long, and all the great people who are coming in right now, and Sidvo, and Sozo, and Daminav, and Justin Oldman, and Technoc Jam. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming on in with the raid. We're just doing an interview right now with our good friend Rabbit Heart, who's a social engineer. Well, social engineer is just one of the many hats that you put on, right? Right, Rabbit Heart?
Right, yeah, we're talking a bit. I work in digital forensics and incident response, but did the social engineering competition at Defcon this year. So we've been talking a bit about that and other different types of social engineering and how you can learn and OSINT and all of that good stuff.
Right. Cyber Noipi says, "Who's that talking? Do you have an assistant now?" No. I don't have an assistant. I have an interviewee, someone who is being interviewed. So yeah. So if you're interested in listening to the interview that we've done, we've been on for about like an hour and a half already, and just go back in the VOD and you can listen to the whole interview talking about social engineering and Rabbit Heart's experience getting into social engineering and the whole contest that she did. And don't sell yourself short. You should call yourself a contest winner. Well, one of the contest winners.
Maybe. Doesn't feel like it unless it's number one, but we're gonna try again next year.
That's some binary thinking that you need to shift out of eventually. Maybe, I don't know.
Someone's security thinking of binary. It's ones and zeros. That's what I know, man.
Ones and zeros. That's all that the computers know. Yeah, but people aren't exactly computers. They're a lot less predictable, or maybe they're a lot more predictable. Hard to say. Let's do the last couple of questions. Okay. So I was actually expecting you to say that what you should do to get into cybersecurity is join up with the local community, because that's what I
Yes.
that's what I advocate for over here. Panko says it's all about the black badge. I suppose if you get the first place in the social engineering contest, you get that black badge, right?
That's a tough one this year. So the village has gotten it for I think the last 6 years in a row, and this year it wasn't a black badge competition, which they really shook things up. I guess they didn't want people to think that it would get it every year. So I feel so bad for the guy who won. He was absolutely brilliant and was so excited, and then didn't get the black badge. So yeah, it's tough, but it's never a guarantee at DEF CON. You never know.
Okay, so let's handle a question from the chat. OreoBite asks, how do you overcome people who try to use bulldozer tactics when trying to convince you to do or not do something when it comes to negotiation, where they repeat the same thing to you over and over again? Let's see, positive, negative phrasing. Doesn't matter, just the fact that it's repeating and not letting go of the thing that they're repeating over and over again.
I guess I'd like to understand if that's kind of a question from the perspective of the target or from the social engineer. I'll answer, I guess, as the social engineer. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, like, say you're trying to get information from somebody and they are stuck on the same thing over and over and over. If you're doing phishing, I'd honestly move on. Like, if you can't get something out of somebody and you have good OSINT to give you lots of other avenues to go down, move on to another target. Otherwise, just trying to add some sort of urgency or something that can kind of like close a loop on the conversation, saying, it's the end of my day, I really gotta go, I need to get these questions answered, I know we've been talking about this for a while, but I need to move on so I can close off this list and end my day. Can you help me out with these last few questions? So yeah, kind of depends on what perspective you're asking from. I might move on from a person like that from a social engineer perspective, but yeah, you let me know if that's what you meant.
Okay, and let's see. So, yeah. So I just wanted to talk about the local community, because we know each other from the local community, and yeah. So we rep the good old West Coast over here, And how has your experience been interacting with the local InfoSec community, attending local meetups? What kind of has it been great or not so great? Has it been a mixed bag?
Oh, it's been amazing. Going to this was my third Defcon this year, and the first year I went to Defcon, I was like, wow, I've really found my people. This is my tribe. I wish I had this at home. But I then shortly afterwards started to look at, I heard that there's local Defcon groups, and so I found the local Defcon group out here on the West Coast, and started going to that, and now I have my tribe here at home that I could see all the time. It's amazing. I've learned a lot. People have been super supportive. I've made some great friends. There's always people talking about different topics and stuff I know nothing about that I get to learn more about, or I get to share my knowledge. So yeah, absolutely recommend if you have a local DEFCON group, absolutely look them up, or try to get involved with some other kind of community-driven security group in your area, or start one if there's not one.
Yeah, so I was actually wondering how many of these different activities that you like to do, like lockpicking or social engineering or some of the other cybersecurity topics. How many of them have you become interested in after seeing somebody doing like a presentation over at the local meetup? Does it happen often, or is it or not?
Oh yeah, definitely. So actually, the physical pen testing portion, I got super interested after talking to one person who you probably know as well, Shaihat, that he has done some pen testing in the past. And my first meetup I went to, we went to kind of a bar afterwards just to talk some more, and he had his entire physical pen testing toolkit with me and sat with me for probably 2 hours and walked me through every tool he had in there, what he used them for, what was valuable, what wasn't. And that was my first exposure to, exactly what it's like. I knew physical pen testing was a thing, but like getting like an in-depth exposure to that. And that was my first meetup I went to. And that really got me interested in it after that. And we've had some other great speakers that have talked about that do physical pen testing for a living, and the kind of like fun, it is our bald-headed beauty, yes, fun kind of engagements they've done. But also just some spaces where I'm not as active in. I don't do a lot of coding anymore in my role and kind of what I've moved into, so I always love getting to see people doing some like web app hacking demos or things where I'm not doing that in my profession as much anymore, but I'm still really interested in everything behind it. So it keeps me curious and engaged.
I mean, the most fun part about attending those meetups is seeing people who are super passionate about their own niche little thing, like part of cybersecurity and hacking, whether or not it's lockpicking or reverse engineering or social engineering, all this great stuff that you otherwise would never really get exposed to.
Yeah, definitely.
Dominav asks, "Hi, how can I find these groups on the Meetup app or somewhere else?" I mean, generally you just Google a lot of that stuff. Well, I mean, I shouldn't use the word Google as a verb. But yeah, you go online, you look for cybersecurity meetups, you search for DEFCON groups, you search for OWASP if you're looking for web app stuff specifically. If you live in a big enough city, you should be able to find one or more groups. I guess we're really lucky. There's something like 4 or 5 different cybersecurity meetup groups in around where we live, right?
Yeah, there's a handful of different ones. And if you're looking for groups, specifically DEFCON ones, they're all over the place. Some are on Meetup, some are active on the actual like DEFCON forum, some are not. The naming schema you see commonly used is DC. I'll give ours for example, like 604, right? It's the area code of the main area code of where you live in. So there's one in Dallas and it's DC 214, right? So searching DC, your area's area code, primary area code, can usually help you find a local Defcon specific group. Some, like I said, some are on Meetup, some are on Twitter, some are on Luma, some are on Defcon forums. They're all over the place. So just gotta do a bit of digging for them.
Okay, I think we've got one more question. Okay. This one's about more AI stuff. I think this might be the last one. What's your opinion on the integration of AI tools into cybersecurity jobs? Will the integration of these AI tools make it a lot harder for new people to break into the industry?
It's hard for me to give a definite answer for this one, because the job market I know is tough right now as it is for new people breaking in, like AI or not. I know there are some base level roles that might be getting replaced with AI that might make it harder or more competitive for entry level. But so it might make it more difficult in getting your foot in the door, but not impossible. It might be you need to start in a more IT centric role and pivot from there, which is also just a great way to get started in general. And as far as like integration goes, there's a lot of security roles which at this time, their current technology levels, it's hard to say because things change so much and so quickly. I'm not sure that they'll fully replace people, but it is a great tool and a great augment to like security analysts and other people in security roles. It's something that if you can wield it and use it effectively, you are going to be very successful. But in my experience so far, it has not adequately replaced people. AI can't be held accountable for things, so people don't want AI to make important decisions necessarily, especially if you've got an alert coming in and it needs to decide if it's a ransomware infection or not. Do you want AI to make that call? Do you feel confident about it? I don't know. So right now it seems to be more of an augment and a tool rather than a replacement. So hopefully it's not going to make it too hard to break in.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much for answering the questions. I think I don't know if you've got time for a little demo where we demo. We would do a little role play and we demo a social engineering scenario. But I mean, I've got this wacky little premise going on here.
Okay.
Do you have time?
I've got a couple minutes.
Okay, great. Okay, so the premise is this. The target is me, the Shy Hat, and I'm a manager. Let's make it a more specific manager. Let's be a... what other types of managers are... I'm an HR manager, sure, why not? At the HackerFrogs Corporation, the goal is to get the name of the IT manager for the company and the name of the secret project of that the R&D department is working on and the nature of that project. Let's hold on. Let's make me the R&D manager. You know, that makes it a little bit easier for you. Okay. So just, you know, this is just for fun because it's social engineering is a lot easier to understand when you see it in action, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say they can be a little tough to roleplay sometimes because it's hard to have. You never know how your target is going to respond to things, but we could try. Yeah.
Sure. So goal 1 is the IT manager name. Goal 2 is the name of R&D secret project. And goal 3 is the description of the R&D secret project. Okay, so I mean, I'm probably going to be making all this information up on the fly, but it's fun to you know, to give it a shot to just see what it might look like, as it were.
Okay.
Okay, so I mean, if you need a moment or two to think of a pretext, that is perfectly fine.
You know, we'll just try this. We'll see how it goes. I guess I'll just start off with the ring.
Hello?
Hi. Hey. My name is Joe, and I actually just applied for a job at HackerFrogs Corporation. I applied for an IT role, and I've got an interview upcoming, but I'm really nervous about it. I was looking for some phone numbers online to see if there's somebody I could talk to about like some background information so I could do okay in my interview. And I found yours. I don't know if you're in IT, but
Oh, okay.
are you somebody I could talk to, maybe, to ask a few questions?
Yeah. I'm okay answering questions. I just finished lunch, but I've got a few more minutes before I need to, get back on the floor. You said your name was Jill, right? Jill, or was it Jill?
Joe.
Joe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I promise I won't take a lot of your time. I have to go to class here in just a few minutes, so just a couple of quick questions.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Are you in IT?
Oh, no. I'm not in the IT department. I'm part of the research and development department.
Okay. Oh, that sounds really cool. Like doing like HackerFrog research?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're always doing research and development on how to hack frogs. That's what we do.
Oh, was this the one that I was reading about where they have like the tree frogs that they're hacking?
Yeah, the tree. Well, I mean, I don't know if I should be talking about this, but we've got some big stuff in the works as far as hacking frogs is concerned. A lot of people don't know about, there are a lot of important things about hacking frogs that nobody knows about.
Well, like I said, I have an interview. It might give you a little bit of are you able to like say anything about it? Just like if I know something about, like, I've done my research on the company, that always sounds really good. Like when you know background information.
Oh yeah. Well, what exactly did you want to know about the project?
Well, okay, so it is tree frogs, right?
Yeah, tree frogs. Well, yeah. Tree. Well, I mean, we're looking at tree frogs. We're trying to figure out what makes them such prolific jumpers.
Oh, okay. Like looking into like the goo on their pads.
Well, I mean, it's more about the suction cups on their appendages. Yeah.
Oh, they're suction cups. Oh, okay.
Totally.
I thought it was like glue. Yeah. Okay. See, now this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. That's going to be I'm going to sound super smart, where I know that the tree frogs have suction cups and not glue on their fingers. That's awesome.
I mean, that's a pretty common misconception. People, regular people, they don't really know about that.
No. Yeah. I guess not. Okay. Cool. Do you mind if I like name drop you in the interview? Like, can I be like, sorry, what was your name again?
Yeah. My name's the Shy Hat.
Oh, the Shy Hat. Okay, awesome, Shy Hat. And which project was it? Sorry, just so I can make sure that like if there's like a couple of Shy Hats, I was like, yeah, I talked to this Shy Hat, and he's working with the suction cups.
Oh yeah. That's the Dirt Tree. That's the Dirt Tree Frog project.
The Dirt Tree Frog project. Awesome. Okay. Wow, thank you. This has been huge. I am still going to try to find the IT person I want to talk to.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you're looking for the IT manager, right?
Yeah. Which name is that? Because I saw Bob online, but then I called Bob and his mailbox was full, so I don't know if that's like the actual Bob.
I mean, the IT manager. That's going to be GX000.
Oh, yeah, GX0. Okay.
We like to call him the Budweiser frog.
But nice, very nice.
Yeah, because he's always pounding those back.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, he was next on my list. I had you before that. Okay, I have to run to class. Thank you so much for helping me out. You've been awesome.
No problem. Anytime.
All right, bye.
Yeah. So okay. We've got a video redeem on the channel. It's for the Budweiser frogs. I don't know if you know about that famous commercial or not.
You know what's funny is I used to have a pet frog growing up, and I'm probably dating myself a bit, but I named him Bud after the Budweiser frogs, like after those old commercials. So I'm very familiar.
Okay, there you go. But yeah, it's been a great time having you having you on, Rabbit Heart. And do you do CTF do you do CTF stuff? Do you do like, regular? Do you use any cybersecurity education platforms on a regular basis?
I've done a few, like Hack the Box, TryHackMe, TraceLabs. CTF is probably one of the last CTFs that I actually participated in a bit. Yeah, I haven't had a lot of time recently. Defcon prep has taken up the last 3 months of my life, so I need to get back to it.
Yeah, for sure. I think. I mean, it was really cool having you on. Maybe we could have you on. Neems asks, "Where is your Twitch?" I think a lot of people assume that I only have guests on when they're other streamers.
Yeah, I am a weird hermit, and I'm barely on any social media. I did recently resurrect my Twitter account that I've only posted 3 times on since I resurrected it. But if you want to find me there, I am at RabbitHeart42.
RabbitHeart42, and that's on the X Twitter thing, right?
Yes. I am on Mastodon. That's my preference, but nobody's on Mastodon, unfortunately. So you can find me there as Halcyon if you'd like to try it. Said HALCYON.
Oh, right. Okay. So is it okay if I drop your Twitter link in the chat?
Yep. And like I said, Mastodon's my preference, but nobody's on there, so you should be on there. HALCYON.
Okay,
and
so
it's InfoSec exchange.
So let me see if I can find the Twitter account. Just a second. So it's just Rabbit Heart, all one word, 42.
Yep, on Twitter, and then I'll put the link for my Mastodon in our.
Oh wow, that's a great profile pic.
Social engineering at work. It took me 30,000 USD.
Yeah, I mean, it only takes one person. It only takes one person. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming on. This was a great conversation. I might. Is it all right if I cut this into a YouTube video? Sure. All right. Cool. Thank you very much, and have yourself a great rest of the evening.
Yep. Cheers, y'all. Thanks so much. It was fun.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Okay, everybody, that was Rabbit Heart, and she was talking about social engineering, and we did an awkward demonstration over there at the end. I didn't think it would go that badly, but there it was. Anyways, thank you very much for everybody coming by today. That was OSINT. Yeah, W Collab. Thank you. Hopefully, I can get some other great people from the community to come on out, and Well, I mean, there are all sorts of great people I know from the local community. They're all experts in something or other, and I can have them talk about what was her Mastodon. So it was Halcyon? Maybe? I'm not too sure. Okay, GX00, he's got the hookup. That's great. But yeah. I think we might call it here, because it'd be really awkward to start up a topic now. I might not stop until 10 o'clock or something, which is really late for an old person like me. So what are we gonna do? Let's take a look at infosecstreams.com to see if there's any cool people streaming over there. As usual, at this time there are no cool people streaming right now. But you know what? infosecstreams.com is a great place to look when you want to look for new people who are doing cybersecurity stuff online, on Twitter and on YouTube. And let's see who's on Twitch right now. Okay, we got Moohoodles, we got Quantum Apprentice, we've got Science Streams. We haven't raided Science Streams in a while. So what we're going to do is we're going to raid into Science Streams channel, and if you could give this message when that raid happens, I would really appreciate it. So it's OS Frog, Hip Hop Hack, OS Frog, like this. And let's set up that raid now. So let's see, /raid Science Streams. All right, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed the video, the interview, and the rest of the stream. We're going to be back on, what was it, Friday. So we're going to be back on Friday. What are we doing? We're going to be doing some human resource machine. We're going to be doing some Python coding for the Temperance CTF labs. We're going to be doing some reverse engineering, and we're probably going to find something else to do because we've finished this Windows box. But thank you very much, and we will see you next time. HackerFrogs out.